to apologize for my challenges. I'm using a new device, so a new device, and again, since I have not yet set it up, that on my
recording in progress,
the view of the Parliament. So I really apologize for that, but next meeting I would have sorted that. Honorable members of DM, Ms. Kivit, acting DG, and your team, and all those that are watching our portfolio committee today, which is the first portfolio committee that we have had in 2023. Greetings to you all, and also because it's the first time that we are meeting, we can say compliments of the new year. We can, even if it's in February, but it's the first time that we are meeting. We are having this portfolio committee after the State of the Nation address, in which the president announced on some of the infrastructure projects. Some of those projects are the projects that, as this portfolio committee, we have raised them in our several meetings, asking when are they going to be done, and also appreciating the fact that the president, in his State of the Nation address, a sum of millions that will be allocated to the directorate that is in this department, which is Infrastructure South Africa. We really appreciate that, and we are sure that Infrastructure South Africa will hit the ground running, especially that money is talking to rural projects. We really closed the year. Last year, we were ready that in this in January to go to our oversight visit of the small harbours. The reason we want the small harbours is because we have received several complaints, allegations that they are being used for illicit behaviors, that where the thieves or whoever comes in at night in those small harbours. So we want to visit that. The fact that we could not, due to many apologies, that we will definitely do an oversight visit this year, 2023, in the small harbours, but not forgetting again to raise an issue that you have an Eastern Cape that has so many kilometers of the seaside, but it doesn't have a single small harbour. We all know where our small harbours are concentrated on. They are concentrated only in Western Cape. No other province that has a sea, St. John's, DM. We will only keep quiet as this portfolio committee only when we see that there is work being done. On the report that we received when we came in, the legacy report, the issue of St. John's small only have at the most a year to the next elections, in which another term will come in. So we can't keep quiet on that. So you must understand it's one of the issues of the Port St. John's small harbour. With those few words, honourable members, I welcome you in this portfolio committee of today, in which we will be, according to our agenda, first consider and adopt our first term program. Secondly, get a briefing by the department and PMTE on its second and third quarter performance, and then we deal with the minutes of the previous meetings. So that is our agenda. The only apology that I have received forwarded to me by Ms. Martinez is the apology of Minister Delil and expect they may have a cabinet today. I am not sure, but we all know that the cabinet sits on Wednesday. So that is the only apology that I have received. Any apology, Ms. Martinez?
Thank you, Chairperson. The other apology that we received on the WhatsApp group of the committee is that of Honorable Zondo, who was unable to connect due to network problems. There's another honorable member. Let me just quickly double check because there was an indication that there was it was due to load shedding. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable members, I think you can see that I am not available on WhatsApp. I will be available maybe sometime next week, but for now, due to challenges of the devices that I'm using, I can't access WhatsApp, and my number is temporarily out of order. Can we then, Ms. Martinez, can you flight the program? It is also part of the package, honorable members, that we receive. As you can see, members, we had planned to pass, which we have since failed to do that. And today we'll be dealing with the briefing by the department on its second and third quarter. And then next week, Wednesday, we will be dealing with a petition. On the 1st of March, we will be dealing with the report from the Auditor General. 8th of March, a briefing by the department on the audit action plan. 15th March, IDT and Agrima SA on their annual performance plan, and then CIDB and CBE on their APPs. Then on towards the end of March is our envisaged study tour, which will confirm it later. Maybe get the reason she's putting in the country is because maybe she has confirmed, but we'll hear later from Ms. Nola. But we're planning to visit Egypt as one of the countries in Africa that is developing infrastructure at a rate that is so admirable. We also want to learn how are they doing it, what can be done, and learn good practices. So those things are done in our country. There's a smart city, everything is being done in Egypt. And then on the 5th of April, a report. Honorable members, bear with me on the issue that okay, that is our program for the first term 2023. Can I then get hands to deliberate on that program? Okay.
I will propose it, Chair.
Oh, okay. Honorable Graham Murray, and I can see the hand of Honorable Franz Calvey.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Compliments for the new season. I would like to second the present.
Thank you, Honorable Primary. We then move to the next item. Deputy Minister, and we will then hand over to you to present or to introduce the item of e-briefing on the second and third quarter.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for your good self. Our Chair, the acting DG, together with his staff, the support team, and let me add my voice in appreciating the opportunity. The best for the year, especially your compliments of the year have come in handy. Let me also, after the State of the Nation address, with a number of pronouncements made to our engage as we move forward, especially on the programs. But I do with the what well where bridges my heart, understanding requires a lot of work with respect to bridges. Videos where people would have been having their funerals, they are very much and therefore we are challenged in that program to push ends, and I am happy to say that there's quite some progress. I note your commitment to that one would say is we are guarding or watching that I even enjoy it when emphasizes on these programs, so that when we fight in the department, people that one comes from this but much investment, so much. But it is also because to improve the quality of life. And it is we all know that most of our rural communities are the ones who suffer most. Therefore, all poverty alleviation programs, development programs must focus on the rural provinces. Making my Chair, allow me also to comment. We are aware we are having a lot of blocked projects. We are working with ISA as the department. We've pushed them to assist, working of course with the department. So there is some level of coordination to strengthened in the office, in the department of in the near future. We have on the platform a number of issues. That's the other area we are meant ensure that the senior leadership that must give administratively is DG. Acting DG will introduce those DTGs that we've added on the team to the acting DG. Dr. team and the presentation. Well, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to honorable members of the committee and as well as Parliament and citizens who are watching the proceedings. Chair, I've been requested to introduce the team to yourself. I would start with DDG for Construction Project Management, Mr. and also acting Deputy Director General responsible for facilities management. We are also joined by funded public programs, and we are also joined today platform.
Sorry, Chair, I can't hear a word that the acting DG is saying.
The DDG.
Thank you, Honorable Hicklin. Acting DG, your line
the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Manda Sitole.
DM, can you please speak to DG that his line is so bad, we can't hear him clearly. Or else he must find a better place where he can be audible enough. Thank you, Leanne. She said that she will contact him. Not sure, DM, whether acting DG was going to be the one who was going to present the document. If not, can we ask the person who was going to present to be the one presenting it? Remember, we started a bit late due to ICT problems that didn't allow us to get in the meeting. So can we then try so that someone speaks on behalf of the acting DG, unless acting DG is now in a better position? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. because it was acting DG, let me request, because the acting DG, I think he missed my point. I wanted him to introduce the new members of his team, because you know all other DGs, they Karabo, one of you from who normally presents must do so. I take it to the governance team until acting DG finds a better spot.
Thank you, DM. Also, good morning to chairperson of the committee, members of the committee, acting DG of the department, senior management of the department, and the parliamentary support staff. Good morning. We'll take you through the presentation, the non-financial. We are presenting Q2 and Q3 as requested by Parliament, and I'm presenting the non-financial aspect of it, and then there are two sets of financials, the main vote, as well as the PMTE financials, which then Mr. Mazibugo and Mr. Story will then take us through. On the non-financial, the slide that is currently showing is basically our grid where we're looking at quantifying the level of performance, which I will also speak to as I present through, is that the number of targets that are deemed to be achieved or targets that have been or they've been achieved is represented by the calculation where our percentage point would be 90% and above. And then if we have a calculation that then represents 52-89%, that is target partially achieved, that's average performance. And then we have two levels of targets not achieved. One is Amber, which then is represented at 11 to 49%, and then targets not achieved at level 1, which is 0 to 10%. The other point I want to also make is that you will see in the presentation, honorable members and chair, that there will be some areas where there are no color codes in terms of green, yellow, amber, and red, but you'll have gray. The gray represents areas where we say, in terms of the APP, it is not a quota target in that APP, but because we have an operational plan where it demonstrates the activities, it will then reflect how far we are in relation to the activities. Therefore, the gray part will reflect the activities at an operational plan towards the target that is represented in the APP. Then the other point there at the bottom is that you will also note that there are areas where you'll find that it will be, graphically it will say 0. There are two things that we're differentiating here, performance and progress. You may find that performance is measured in the context of number of targets that have been achieved above 90%, but progress represents just the actual level of performance against the target. So you may find that a program can actually sit at 88% in terms of progress, but because of our color coding and the grid, it's below 90%, therefore it will represent as 0. So I'll also differentiate between the two. Not that the 0 means nothing is happening, it's just that in terms of the targets achieved. Thanks, Leah. Next slide. This slide then represents the overall picture of all the programs, program 1 up to program 11, which is it's facilities management. Program 1, we're sitting at 20%. What it means basically is that we have the number of targets that have been achieved actually represent 20%. Those are the targets that will be in the green. And then for IGC, intergovernmental coordination, there are two programs there, professional services and intergovernmental coordination. There were no quota targets. That's why we have the gray part, but I'll explain the progress thus far in relation to the operational targets. And then EPWP sitting at 100% in terms of the report, and then also the breakdown of the EPWP figures per sector and also contribution by individual provinces. Policy branch, they also see that between policy branch as well as ISA, their indicators are represented, and it's sitting at 25% in terms of the number of targets that have been achieved, which I'll also explain in the following slides. And then prestige 100% in terms of its own targets. Program 6 is 0. This is what I was explaining, that in terms of the targets that have been achieved, it's sitting at 0, but there is level of progress, which is actually sitting at 68% in terms of the finance. And then I'll also explain some of the reasons and the challenges experienced there. Real estate and investment services, no quota target. There are 2 indicators, which I'll explain in terms of the level of progress at an operational level towards the annual targets, where we are in terms of that. CPM, all the indicators are below 90%. That's why it's represented at 0, but there is progress level in terms of individual indicators. REMS as well, our portfolio, leasing portfolio, and then REAS, our asset register, 100%, as well as facilities management, 33%. So if you look at the far right, and comparing the quarters, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, we are averaging, when you look at the number of targets, we have got 29 in quarter 1, 32 in quarter 2, 28 in quarter 3. That then explains the gaps, the gray, where we say that in some quarters we don't have targets. This 29, 32, 28, that then shows that some targets, some quarters have targets, some quarters do not have targets. In terms of performance, quarter 2, we're sitting at 50%. The number of targets that have been achieved is sitting at 50% of all the programs. And then quarter 3, we have actually performed very weak. It's a weak performance. It's sitting at 32%. And then this is a breakdown in terms of the color coding, that in terms of targets not achieved, which is 0 to 10%, we have 2 indicators out of the 28 indicators. Targets not achieved at level 2, that is amber, 11 to 49%, we have 7 out of 28. Targets that are partially achieved, that are between 51 and 89, we have 9 targets out of 28. And then targets that are achieved, that are green, we have 10 out of 28. Now, when you look at the bottom table there, cumulative quarter 1 and quarter 3, we have a total of 30 targets on average for the quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, and then performance in terms of the targets that are achieved, that are in the green zone, 13, and then the overall level of performance cumulatively for the 3 quarters, we are sitting at 45%. Next slide, Leanne. And then this is the detail of the present, the programs. I'll go much quicker on this one, Chair, because I've just highlighted the levels. So program 1 is basically our administration program or the management program. We've got a few indicators that we are managing. One is the ethics, fraud and perception rate, compliance rate, and then we also look at the level of performance to actually look at how we are performing, as well as financial level of performance. And then it also looks at corporate services in terms of vacancy rate, as well as ICT, our automation and business solutions for digitization. So those are the indicators within that. They all when consolidated are aggregated into a balanced scorecard. So again, if you look at ethics and fraud, quarter 2 and quarter 3, we had developed survey questions that were ready to be administered to the participants. Our survey questions have now been developed. We're working with ICT, who's actually assisting in ensuring that all the participants in the organization fill in those questionnaires. And then we have 4 main categories in our ethics and fraud perception, with the 20 questions in total that will be responded. And then the analysis will then happen in the last quarter, and then we'll present the level of performance, the level of compliance at the end of the financial year, which is now a quarter target in the financial year, and then we'll determine whether it sits between 41 and 60%. Compliance rate, it's like we have a compliance universe of the top 20 compliance aspect in the department, and overall they all have to be 100%. We were sitting at 93% in quarter 2. We are sitting at 76% in quarter 3. These are some of the challenges we're experiencing. You'll find that some of the top of compliance issues, such as disciplinary cases, you find that disciplinary cases, the rule of thumb is within 60, 90 days, you should have concluded those cases. But because of postponements, changes in representations, and they also then affect the timelines that are scheduled for these kind of disciplinary hearings. That's why it's also affecting the level of performance for the compliance rate. And then also one of the corrective measures is to then assess internal controls and see how best, from a legal point of view, is to then drive these cases whether you drive with or without the person in question, and then see if action can be taken. So those are some of the assessments that have been done in dealing with the issues of cases. And then some of them is purely internal weaknesses controls, where now we need to then jack up the internal controls to ensure that there's participation and full contribution as well as compliance to the compliance rate. Level of performance I've already explained, 32% and 45%. We still have a number of challenges in terms of the branches that are not performing well. Now, the acting Director General is actually assisting in terms of ensuring that those that are not contributing in terms of level of performance, as well as non-compliance to the stipulated timeframes of submitting, actually taking action by providing what you call the Audi letters to ensure that there's the compliance. Financial performance, Q2, we're sitting at 48% in terms of spending, and then sitting at 76% cumulatively in Q3. There are quite a number of challenges that we experienced there. One is the delays in filling of vacancies. And I think over the period, we've filled about 12 vacancy posts between April and to date, 12 vacancies that have been filled. And then also, there were some challenges in terms of the transfer of the EPWP non-state sector withholding these grants at provincial and municipalities. So the money is basically sitting without moving, and that affects the spending. How to fix that is to continuously engage with the provinces to ensure that they comply, and then their project plans also above board to ensure the release of this funding. And then in terms of the vacancy rate, in terms of the priority post and filling of posts, I think the processes are underway. Interviews, panels have been set, and I think there will be some movement in terms of this. Next slide, Leanne. And that also speaks to the next part, which is basically the vacancy rate. The vacancy rate, you will see that our target over time, moving from a baseline of 14% over in the last 2 years of vacancy rate, we had set a target of 11% in Q2, which was when we presented, we set at 11%, and then set a target of 11% again in Q3. We are now in Q3 sitting at 10%. So if you look at the percentage change between Q2 and Q1, it gives you a -9. Now, -9 percentage change between this basically means that our vacancy rate is going down. And if you compare the target, which is 11%, and the performance of 10%, our vacancy rate has gone down by 1 percentage point. And then there are continuous interviews that are going to be held in March. And I think that would have been a point maybe the acting DG would have made of the appointments as well as further interviews. And I think we'll be seeing a change in the vacancy rate at the end of the financial year. And out of this this vacancy rate, we also look at designated groups, SMS level women. So we've done quite well in terms of women in SMS, sitting at 40% in Q2, and 42% in Q3. But we've not done well in terms of people with disabilities. And some of the challenges is the nature of the business in public works, particularly when you look at the core business, like your infrastructure, your project management, construction. You find that it's a challenge to get suitable candidates, particularly persons with disabilities, and within that space. But there's also the challenge of the comparative market comparison, where you find that what we are offering in terms of government, we have to find ways of how we match the market out there for those especially specialized environments, such as your core business within DPW. But we continue to look at other alternative ways of dealing with that. And I think that this is an opportunity where we're looking at, using things like your 4IR, the technologies, like your own technologies, where you find that you can actually have persons with disabilities who operate on site, but remotely through using drones, etc., etc. I think those are some of the alternatives that can be used. Then the last two indicators basically talk about the efficiencies within the organizational systems through ICT, business automation and digitization. What we've done Q2 and Q3 is that we have the e-leave that was as a module that was trained on the management head office, and we continue to roll out the training on the understanding of the e-leave to the other regions. We've got 11 regional offices. And then we also have the S&T claim management as well as the fleet management. Those are the three modules that we have. Now, the three represents the 30%. The 30% and the three basically means that out of from the 5-year strategic plan, there are 10 projects earmarked each for the 5-year period. And then for this current financial year, we are earmarking 3 projects, which represents 3 of that 10. That is the 30%, the e-leave and the S&T and the fleet. So this is where we are. And then at the end of the financial year, we'll be representing what percentage in terms of the rollout of this. And then the last one is more on the Akibus assessment of the Akibus as well as the enterprise resource management. And this has actually been approved, the design and the specifications, as well as the inputs from various stakeholders, and it is actually pending approval to actually take it through to the next process of rolling out the ERP. Next slide, Leanne. Now, program 2, as I indicated, these are not color-coded in terms of the grid. They're gray because these are not quota targets. But suffice to say is that the intergovernmental basically works with the various stakeholders, your provinces, your municipalities, as well as your COCTA, SALGA, in developing a sector performance plan within the infrastructure space. So we do have this also through governance structures such as MINMEC and technical MINMEC, and then they presented these documents. So in Q2, they presented a sector report at technical MINMEC and MINMEC to look at how infrastructure is being rolled out within the sector itself. And then and also Q3 is also the presentation of where you're looking at the various work streams that are there, the work stream that deals on performance, work stream that deals on the sector indicators, the work stream that deals on asset management, the work stream that deals on land reform, all of those, and the work stream that deals on policy. All of these are actually driving the sector from an administrative point of view, from the core business, as well as ensuring that all the participants within the sector, national department, provincial departments, national treasury support, as well as the entities and municipalities within the infrastructure space, we are all on the same page towards achieving the impact infrastructure-led growth. That also, and then the next one is the beneficiaries that are participating in public works. We have a program basically that focuses on internships, artisan development, schools program, professional candidacy, bursary program, leadership and mentorship. Every quarter we present reports, and in those reports we detail how of these beneficiaries, how we are fared in terms of those beneficiaries. At the end of Q3, we had 1,100 beneficiaries participating, broken down into internships, artisan development, and beyond that, we also have the provinces contributing to this. And if you look at the 1,100, which is the national public works, together with the provinces, this figure actually is higher. It sits around 4,400 in terms of that. But here we are only presenting the figures that represent the pipeline within the control of the national department. Next slide, Leanne. The next slide is EPWP, which is basically one report in terms of work opportunities. And then next slide, which is a breakdown of those work opportunities per sector and also by province. Now, there are two streams. One, in terms of Q2, we were sitting at 626,210 work opportunities that were reported against the annual target of 1 million, which represents 61%. And then in Q3, that cumulatively moved to 803,468, which basically represents 78.5% in terms of the targets that are in the Department of National Department APP. Now, if you look at the overall, the previous slide, Leanne. Overall, the second part, second block or second row, the overall in terms of the phase 4 target, Q2, we're sitting at 102% or 103%, basically against the phase 4 target, of 5 million, which we're sitting at 3.4 million. And then in Q4 cumulatively, we're sitting at 3.7 million work opportunities that have been created. That basically means that all the sectors and provinces contributing to that. And then for the remainder of the Q4, we are expecting to create an additional 1.2 work opportunities for us to be able to close off the 5 million target in phase 4. Next slide. This is the breakdown of the EPWI programs in terms of environment, infrastructure, community work program, non-profit organization, and social. You will see that the 803, which is Q3, and the 626 for Q2, which I presented earlier on, there's the breakdown there. And then the provincial breakdowns, Eastern Cape all the way to Western Cape, they are the figures there for Q2, which sits at 382,450 and at or 64.2%, as well as 463,061 work opportunities created by all the provinces, sitting at 77.7%. There's still engagements with the other government departments, provincial departments like KZN, protocols to be signed by the Premier, so that at least we also assist in moving some of these targets and ensuring that work opportunities are created. An analysis of efficiency program and advocacy to be upscaled to ensure that also the provision of technical support to ensure that we support these sectors to move towards the work opportunities target. Next slide. Next slide is policy branch. Policy branch, what you will see that policy branch is split into two. One is the policy branch that deals lightly with the policies internal in the department, the expropriation, the public works bill, and then you also have ESA, where we're looking at the amendment of the Infrastructure Development Act, as well as looking at the development of the regulations and gazetting of those regulations within the infrastructure space. Now, overall, what we see here is that this program is heavily reliant on the number of stakeholders because it has a significant impact on a number of throughout the economy. So you'll see that there are quite a number of challenges in terms of the drafting, the inputs, the quality of the inputs, and also the inputs that are provided by various stakeholders, and also sharing their interest in that. So in terms of the CIDB, the consultations are ongoing in terms of amendment of the bill, working together with the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor, who is also assisting in drafting this. And then in terms of the Infrastructure Development regulations, these were gazetted in the first quarter, and there's a target that was already achieved in Q1 in June 22. And then infrastructure amendments, that Development Act, that is the amendment of the IDA, or if you will, is basically underway because of internal stakeholders, and also looking at their inputs and incorporating them into the bill and the business case to ensure that then it adheres to your Public Service Act, PFMA, as well as National Treasury, and moving it towards drafting a business case for presentation to ESA, as well as eventually presented to Parliament. Next slide. And the other ones around ESA is also the issues around the SIPs that have been gazetted. SIPs that is run through ESA. I think the opening remarks by the Deputy Minister talked on the Wele Sizwe Bridge, which is part of the SIPs, is that there is a report that is consolidated by ESA, which details all these SIPs, and then also the progress therefore, and the challenges of unblocking the challenges at various levels of government. They also address those issues. The second one is what we call the NIP 2050, that is the National Infrastructure Plan 2050 Phase 2, which specifically focuses on social and distributed infrastructure, which is also to be gazetted for consultation. So stakeholder analysis is underway, and then also public consultation report has been developed with the various inputs. So we're in the process of assessing that to ensure that it's in line with the frameworks of the development of bills and policies. Next slide is the prestige. Prestige policies, 2 indicators in the quarter, and then the 1 operational indicator. Now, if you look at that, prestige basically has supports immovable structures to president, whether it's a provision of infrastructure for SONA, state visits, etc. So in Q3, there were 2 events that were supported with movable structure. One was the Spanish visit, as well as the special cabinet report. So that's basically its progress. It's not a quota target, but it's progress on some of these things. This is where we differentiate between planned events and unplanned events. So if you see a target in a quarter, it's a known target, that is that there's a planned event. And then if it's not planned, these are some of these like special visits, etc., are unplanned, but we do report on them because they have financial implications. So quarter 3 is one of the examples of unplanned where we are reporting on them. The other 2 indicators is basically provision of movable assets within 60 working days, as well as provision of movable assets with condition assessment to ensure that the movable assets are provided with adequate and efficient in a proper condition. So we're sitting at, it was not a quota target in quarter 2 of movable, although we achieved 100% in quarter 3 of all these assets that were moved 2 of 2 as well. And then also 20% of those 2 of 2 have condition assessment. Next slide. Now the next slide then speaks now to the PMTE fund part of it, which now starts with the PMTE financial also, which is part of the financial, or which is part of the balance scorecard. As I explained earlier on, that on the graph, you will see that the financial level in terms of PMTE was sitting at 0%, because if you look at the quarter 3 progress, it's sitting at 68%, but it's below the 90% mark of targets achieved. So that is why it's represented as 0, but the progress is sitting at 68%. There are a number of reasons for that. Also, partly is the filling of vacant posts. I think similar results, similar as the main vote. More detail will be presented by the CFO and Mr. Mazibuo, but it's largely the issues around the filling of vacancies, but also the transfers, because large portion of the department's budget is also on transfers and subsidies. Transfers were not done IDT and due to the prioritization, and that is also yet to ensure that we speed up the procurement processes and ensure that this money is then spent at the end of the financial year. Next slide. And then real estate investment services, the 2 indicators which are not quota indicators, is basically ensuring that we support the smart city principle through our program of government precinct development, and also in quarter 1, we developed an integrated precinct proposal, which was revised. Inputs were made for the smart city, and this was done for Polokwane government precinct. And then we also have 2 concept designs, which basically look at the urban, the planning precinct for the other provinces as well, to ensure that we support the special development framework as well as the smart cities principle. And then the other one is a regulatory Guiama point, where we submit the CAMP, which is your custodian asset management plan, to Parliament, which is basically submitted in quarter 2, which we did submit in quarter 2, as well as after submitting, we then analyze the needs assessment of these departments to ensure that then we have proper investment and provision of the required accommodation solutions for them. Now, the CAMP is basically consolidation of the user asset management plans, the needs of the clients into this consolidated, basically to map and see the rand value as well as what are the needs, and compare that with our stock, as well as ensuring that we then provide the necessary support for accommodation solutions. Next slide. Next slide is now our construction project management. You'll see that all the indicators are basically below 90%, and you would have seen also from the graph that it is 0. Now I'm explaining also the progress in terms of those against the target. You see that from the design solutions, we were sitting at 19 out of the target that was set for the quarter, which represents 76% achievement of, or 76% against the target at quarter 2. And then target of 19 in quarter 3, we achieved 13, which then cumulatively we are sitting at 68% of all the quarters. Similarly is your projects constructed within agreed, which is basically an efficiency indicator of agreed period time. Again, cumulatively, you'll see that we are sitting at 7 projects that were completed in quarter 2, and then 12 projects completed in Q3. Now 24% in Q2, representing that 7, and 53% in Q3 of representing the 12. And then cumulatively, all the quarters were sitting at 25% achievement, 33% achievement in terms of that, because if you look at all the projects that have been completed within the period, is actually 25 over the 3 years. Now, quite a number of challenges that we're facing, from the challenges that basically of project management, oversight of those delays in the completion of those projects, the poor performance of the contractors, and those are some of the challenges that are actually contributing to the delays and conflicts in terms of project management. And I think that also requires continuous monitoring of those projects and contractors throughout. And the monitoring aspect of it is to ensure that you manage the risk as and when the project is being, as and when the project unfolds, to ensure that those challenges are actually acted on as they are. They are identified. Next slide, more or less the same in terms of the infrastructure projects within approved budget, infrastructure sites handover, and number of infrastructure. And this also brings another aspect of it in terms of the challenges, which I also touch on it. Q2 on infrastructure completed within budget, we're sitting at 19, which is 47%, and then 14 projects completed in Q3, and then cumulatively all the quarters we are looking at 33.6% cumulatively. So this is also another challenge, specific that is affected by specifications and multiple variation orders, and also clients. So if you look at and breakdown of this, you find that you've got your contractors, then you've got your clients as well, and then you've got your project managers. So it's a value chain where there will be a various number of challenges within that value chain. So how we deal with this one is also to look at the joint task teams, where we then have a forum where these issues are being discussed, and then there's a common understanding of the specifications as well as the challenges, and also increase oversight of these projects, similar to managing the risk of a project and ensuring that we act on this as soon as the risk is identified. The handover is sitting at 19, and the handover sites handover sitting at 19% in Q2, and 12 sites were handed over in Q3. Cumulatively over the 3 quarters, we're sitting at 42%. But we challenged with the again, also, it's an internal value chain as well, where you're looking at the business itself and the procurement, and also I think the changes in the legislative and the regulatory framework and the contestation around that also requires a continuous review of these regulatory measures within the procurement space, and that also has an impact on ensuring that we drive this through the entire value chain. And also, because we are dealing with the clients, the funding also from the client side is often not forthcoming, also delaying the handing over of this. And again, we follow through the joint task teams, as well as from an asset procurement point of view, is to then say, let's rather have extraordinary meetings, not just scheduled meetings, but extraordinary meetings, to ensure that we deal with the backlog, push all of these within the SCM parameters, as we ensure that we then address these hiccups and develop this. And then projects completed overall, we're sitting at 19 in Q2 and 15 in Q3, and overall quarters, we're looking at cumulatively 44 projects, which basically represents 35% of that. And again, you also bring in the issue of mafias, your construction mafias, as well as the, I think from a contractor point of view, the constant stoppages, the stoppage of the projects, and that also has implications on the financial, and it also has implications on the time to complete these projects. Next slide. The management of leases. This is basically, we're looking at private leases within the security cluster. It's not a quota target, but we have 2 that were actually concluded leases within the cluster. 4 were completed in Q2. And then also out of these leases, we need to also realize some savings where we're sitting at 72.6 million in Q2 and 31 million in Q3, moving and trying to move to that target of 100 million. So you can actually see that Q2 and Q3 have already exceeded the 100 million in terms of the 100 million target between the two. And this is basically on the negotiations. And I think the minister has been making this clarion call that we need to end these month-to-month leases because it enables us to better project as well as manage these leases. And therefore, in a way, then you're able to realize these savings. And then also from these leases, we also need to generate these leases. The more leases we sign off and conclude on them with better projections, we are able to then realize revenue to generate from the letting of this. So this is basically looking at our state stock in terms of the assets. And then also we're looking at how do we then utilize vacant state-owned properties. And then one of them is to support your victims of GBVF by ensuring that we provide the necessary facilities or properties to support the victims of GBV. We basically had 8 leases in Q2, and then 12 leases were concluded in Q3. And then we're still having arrangements with the other departments like the Department of Social Development, Gauteng provincial departments, where there's discussions in terms of how we release, as well as ensuring that what we release is also in the better condition. So there will be condition assessment on those facilities as well. Next slide. Still on the real estate is also making sure that out of that we have got an empowerment program, which then deals with the issue of ensuring that the emerging landlords also participate in the leasing space. So we're looking at the categories A, B, D, and ensuring that we implement our policy. So we're sitting at leases that were awarded to companies at that category, 50%, 7 out of 14 awards were made, and then 2 out of 3 in Q3, which represents 67%. So I think this basically is that within that category, there's quite a number of emerging landlords that we are earmarking and ensuring that we advance that empowerment policy or empowerment initiative within that. And then ensuring also that every new lease that we sign has a maintenance plan. And I think that's also a challenge within the government of ensuring that also it manages the constant movement from one lease to another because of poor maintenance of those leases or those buildings. So ensure that there's a requisite of a plan when we conclude these leases. So we're sitting at 100% in Q3 and Q2 and 17% on based on the leases that we signed. And we're sitting at a low percentage in Q3 because there were no new leases signed. So this basically were existing leases. So as and when new leases come in, there will be that assessment of ensuring that the leases are, or they have a plan. And then also again with the percentage let out, no new lease because there were no new leases, so there was no letting out to the companies within that category of level 4 and above. And then in terms of the land reform program, we also released 1792,0067 hectares, which basically represent 2% of the target in terms of contributing to land release program or any socio-economic initiatives. The next program, I think there's 2 more slides and I'm concluding. Then the asset management register basically assists with the provincial immovable asset register and to ensure that there's compliance to the asset register, and also looking at verification of assets to validate the existence as well as condition of those assets. So we basically on a quarterly basis, we look at the number of provinces that we work with. And Q2, we worked with Limpopo and KZN, and then in Q3, we worked with Western Cape and Northern Cape. And then the remainder of the Q4, which is the remaining quarter, we're looking at the other provinces, and then that's basically sitting at 100%. And then in terms of the assets that have been verified to conditions, we're sitting at 5,308 in Q2, representing 90% against the target, and then also 95% in Q3, or 5,687 against 5,965. So those have been verified to validate existence. Next slide is basically the last slide. Facilities management has 3 indicators: number of condition assessment conducted on properties, prioritized properties, as well as looking at critical components, basically looking at boilers, heating, ventilation, and air cons, and gens and generator sets, as well as water system, and ensuring that we respond to all the maintenance issues as quickly as possible, and with the use of term contracts to reduce reactive maintenance. So we need to be, now we're looking at being proactive and ensuring that those term contracts are in place. Now, in Q1 and in Q2, we basically have 22 properties that were assessed, and then for Q3, 33 properties that were assessed. If you look at all the quarters, we're basically sitting at 71 properties that were assessed. Now, what has actually transpired is that there are 79 facilities that have been earmarked as well, that have now gone through the procurement processes, and there's a likelihood that this target will be achieved, because the 16, 22, and 33 represent the properties, and the 79 represent facilities, out of those facilities, there may be in a number of properties which is currently being assessed. So there will be a significant jump in terms of the number of properties that will then be assessed, looking at the condition of those assets. So that is still underway, sitting at the procurement level, ensuring that we push as much as we can to achieve the target in Q4. And then in terms of the components, we're sitting at 3% in Q2, as well as 13% in Q2. So still the same challenges. There are also challenges in terms of the technical expertise, in terms of identifying all of these assessment conditions structurally, not just administratively, but there's also technical expertise of that structural assessment condition, and also putting in place these preventative. I think we're doing quite well, sitting at 90%, 150% in Q3, against 48% in Q2. And some of these contractors, our term contracts, have gone through the various procurement stages to ensure that we continuously have them on site and proactively looking at the maintenance aspect of it. So thank you, Chair. That's basically overall the level of performance, non-financial, and then the next sections will be on the financial. Thank you, Chair.
Who is going to be presenting the financial information?
Morning, Aaron Mazibuko will be presenting the financial information for DPW. Under DPW, this is the summary per program. Maybe what I should indicate here, because the focus will be on slide 24, but in this slide, what I can indicate is that what we are presenting here, it is the adjusted budget. So we have 2 significant items that were implemented during the adjustment estimates. We had 70 million that was allocated to IDT, which was not allocated at the beginning of the financial year, and that money was allocated through the process of the reprioritization. The second one that was also allocated during the same process of the adjustment estimate, it's 100 million for project preparation, which is also under program 4, which is both IDT and ESA for project preparations. The money was allocated in program 4, and both are under transfers, and those fundings were provided during the adjustment estimate. The other one that was also implemented, Chair, during the adjustment estimate, it was 388 million that was allocated to the Department of Transport. That was the movement from DPW to Department of Transport for Welisizwe Bridges Program. We can move to slide number 24. Next slide, thank you. Chair, in this slide, I will present both second and the third quarter. And when I present the economic classification, I'll talk to the second and the third quarter as I present. As I've indicated that the budget was adjusted, our budget was reduced to 8.1 billion with 388 million moving to the Department of Transport. The expenditure as at the end of the second quarter was 3.9 billion, which was equivalent to 48%. And we have seen the improvement at the end of the the third quarter, where the expenditure increased to 6.2 billion, equivalent to 76%. In terms of the economic classifications, our budget for compensation of employees, it's 597 million. The spending as at the end of the second quarter, we're sitting at 244 million, and that increased to 384 million. The spending is low in terms of the drawings, and that is because of the delays in the filling of the positions. Among other reasons, Chair, when some of the positions are being filled, some are being vacated, and some of the employees are being promoted internally. And as such, the number of employees increasing is very low. Under goods and services, the budget is 481 million. The spending as at the end of the first quarter, it's 153, and that has improved to 258 million, which is equivalent to 54%. So there was an improvement between the two quarters, and that was because of the adjustment that was implemented under goods and services, where the budget was slightly reduced with the funding that was moved to IDT and the ISA to provide funding that was required under the transfers. Under the transfers, Chair, the budget is 7 billion. The spending as at the end of the second quarter, it was 3.5, and for the third quarter, increased to 5.5 billion. And in terms of the percentage, we're sitting at 50% at the end of the first quarter, and that has improved to 79% at the end of the second quarter. In terms of the items under the transfers and subsidies, we have the provinces and municipalities, 1.6 billion. The full budget is relating to the conditional grant for EPWP, that is the integrated grant for provinces, integrated grant for municipalities, and the social sector. The spending for the provinces and municipalities for the first quarter was 692 million, improved to 1.3 billion. And if you compare the two quarters, Chair, you will see that there is a huge improvement at the end of the third quarter. That is because the budget for the municipalities, which is around 700 million, it is paid in line with the financial year of the municipalities. The bulk of the money under the municipalities was paid in the third quarter, which was scheduled around November. Hence, there is a huge improvement when you compare the 42% at the end of the second quarter to 79% at the end of the third quarter. Departmental agencies, this is where the entities of the department are being paid. We have the budget of 4 billion, 2.5 billion paid was expenditure as at the end of the second quarter, and that has improved to 3.6 billion. And in terms of the percentage, it's 61 and 87. What I must indicate here, Chair, we did not have any withholding. All the payments were paid as per the schedule. Foreign government and international organization, we have the budget of 28 million. The expenditure, it's 28 million, which is 100%. And there is no budget projected to be paid because it was a once-off, because it is an international payment for the Commonwealth. So if we have paid in the first quarter, we have already paid for the full financial year. So we will not have any movement for the remaining quarters. Public corporations and private entities, this is where, Chair, I've indicated that IDT was allocated 70 million, so the budget has increased in this item. It also includes the budget that is allocated for ESA, where the funding is allocated to IDC. So the budget has increased by, the original budget was around 90 million. It has increased by 110 to 260 during the adjustment estimate. So the the second quarter, it's 45 million because of the budget of 90 million in terms of the original budget, and the spending is 17%. As at the end of the third quarter, the spending has improved to 119, which is equivalent to 46%. Chair, I must indicate that the 100 million that was allocated for ESA for the project preparation could not be transferred before the department can meet some of the conditions that were set by National Treasury. We are expecting the payment to move in the last quarter of the financial year. Under the non-profit institution, this is the EPWP budget, 1 billion allocated for the non-state sector program. At the end of the second quarter, 262 million was spent, and for the third quarter, 524, which is equivalent to 25% and 51% for both second and the third quarter. Household, the budget here, Chair, is for the non-employees bursaries and also for leave gratuities. The budget is 10 million. The expenditure for the second quarter, 7.2, increased to 8.4 billion. For 8.4 million at the end of the third quarter. In terms of the percentage, it's 75 and 87 respectively. Machinery and equipment, budget of 19 million. This is where we are budgeting for office furniture and the computers or the laptops. The budget is 19 million. As at the end of the second quarter, we're sitting at 1.2 million. The expenditure has improved to 4.3 million, equivalent to 6 and 23% respectively. Chairperson, under this item, it is linked to compensation of employees. If the number of employees is not increasing, the spending will also be low because the bulk of the budget here, it is for the tools of trade, which is linked to the recruitment. We can move to the next slide. The next slide, Chair, just showing the percentage in terms of the economic classification. You can say for compensation of employees, first quarter we're sitting at 21, moved to 43, moved to 64. Goods and services, we're sitting at 8% in the first quarter, improved to 25 and 54% at the end of the third quarter. Transfers, 20, 46 and 79. Machinery and equipment, 3, 10 and 23%. We can move to the next slide. You can move to another one, then we'll go to the earmarked budget. Chair, in this slide, because under the transfers, we are not able to clearly indicate how much is allocated to which institution and how much has been spent. So this slide, we are presenting it so that you can have the slide in terms of the entities that are allocated and the conditional grant expenditure, which is relating to the EPWP. Now, if I can just mention the few, the first one is CIDB with the budget of 80 million. For the first quarter, 40 increased to 60 is because the budget or the spending, it's 25% cumulatively per quarter. So the second one is CBE, 27 million spending for the second quarter, 40 million for the third quarter, which is 50 and 75%. PMTE, 3.9 billion, 2.4 billion spent for the second quarter, 3.4 for the third quarter, which is 55 and 88%. If I can go to EPWP, EPWP integrated grant for provinces, 433, 228 first quarter, and 358, which is 53 and 83%. The EPWP integrated grant for municipalities, 788 in the second quarter, 200 188 million was paid, and in the third quarter, 515. This is the item that I indicated that it is linked to the financial year of the municipalities. Maybe if I can also go back to the IDTA chair, where we have 70 million, but there was a zero expenditure at the end of the second quarter. The reason why there was zero expenditure is because the budget was only allocated during the adjustment estimate. And therefore, in the third quarter, we see 51 million being spent, which is equivalent to 73%. This is the last slide, Chair, for DPW. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron. Chairperson, I will be presenting for PMTE. My name is Mandla Sithole. For PMTE, this is just a summary, Chairperson. For PMTE, we had an original budget of 18.4 billion, and we had to adjust the budget responding to some of the demands that were there in the department, as Aaron has articulated some of the changes that had to be made, which then led us to a budget of 17.3 billion. And the spending for quarter two against, the receipts amount which were received against that projected budget was 7.5 billion, which is 42%. And these figures, Chairperson and members, they are cumulative for quarter two, and also quarter three, they are all cumulative. And in quarter three, the actual receipts that were received is 11.5 billion, which is 67% of the revised budget of 17.3 billion. And for current expenditure, the original budget was 13.3 billion, and there were adjustments that were made, which was 414 million. I'll explain that into details in the following slides. And the revised budget then was 13.7 billion. Against that revised budget, we spent 6.4 billion. We spent 6.4 billion, which is 46% of the revised budget. Then for quarter three, we spent 9.9 billion, which is 73% of the budget. Then if you compare receipts against current and transfer expenditure, then where we demonstrate whether it was a surplus or deficit, then for quarter two, we had 1 billion as a surplus, whereas in quarter three, it's 1.6 billion. We are showing capital payments separately because it's not directly the expenditure, but we capitalize such expenditure. But the revised budget was 3.5 billion. I will explain the changes that were made against the original budget. The spending on capital payments, which includes infrastructure, was 1.2 billion for quarter two, which is 29% if you compare against the revised budget of 3.6 billion. Whereas in quarter three, we spent 1.9 billion, which is 52% of the revised budget of 3.5 billion. If you can move to the next slide. You can go to the next slide. These are just the details of the revenue that was collected, which represent the cash flow. I'm not going to details. I'll just highlight some of the few areas. The state-owned chairperson is what we claim from clients' departments for the use of state properties. We have 5.8 billion as revenue that was expected, which is a revised, and we collected 1.8 billion against 5.8 billion, which is 32% of the revised expected revenue. Then in quarter three, it was 3.1 billion, which is 53%. The reason why I want to highlight on this one, Chair, there was a slight delay by National Treasury to conclude cycle 5, which then assist us to claim from our biggest clients' departments, which is DCS, justice, subs and DOD. Hence, you see that poor recovery rate. Then the other area that one may need to look at it's our rental debtors. It's not a big amount. However, we performed, we have 37% recovery rate in quarter 2, and quarter 3 it's 49%. So the total recovery rate for quarter 2, it's 7.5 billion against the revised budget of 17.3 billion, which is 42%, whereas in quarter 3, we recovered 11.6 billion against the revised budget of 17.3 billion, which is 67% in quarter 3. If you can move to the next slide. Thank you. Then this is the detailed chair. I've already dealt with the summary, but I'll go into details for expenditure. For the total expenditure under current payments, we had a revised budget of 11.9 billion, and we spent 5.6 billion, which is 47% of that revised budget. And then in quarter 3, we spent 8.7 billion, which is 73% of the revised budget. Let me just highlight a few areas that should be a concern for the members. On leases, we spent 2.8 billion against 5.3 billion, which is 52%, whereas in quarter 3, the spending increased sharply to 80%, which is 4.2 billion. This as a result of the transactions that had to be paid, which were outstanding as a result of the program that we are running to renegotiate all leases. So there was a time where we stopped paying landlords because leases were on a month-to-month to avoid irregularities. So hence you see that spending, and it was coming from the previous year. Then the other area that is of concern, it's repair, which has a budget of 959 million. We spent 243 million, which is 25% for quarter 2. And quarter 3, we spent 410 million, which is 43%. It's a concern, Chair, because we ought to be at 75% by end of quarter 3. I think the other area that is concerning is goods and services, where the spending is sitting at 54% as at end of December, which is quarter 3, whereas in quarter 2 we were at 30%. We are trying to improve in that area. And then the total current and transfer payments against the revised budget of 13.7 billion. We spent 6.4 billion for quarter 2, which is 46%. And in quarter 3, we spent 9.9 billion, which is 73% for quarter 3. Then capital payments, which includes projects and machinery and equipment. On refurbishments, we had a budget of 1.6 billion, which was original budget. We had then to review the budget as part of the in-year monitoring, where we had to move that money to maintenance because we were experiencing problem under maintenance, which then resulted to a revised budget of 908 million. And we spent 296 million in quarter 2 against 908 million budget, which is 33%. And in quarter 3, we spent 446 million, which is 49%. These are part of infrastructure projects. Then DPW capital, which is also projects. We had original budget of 986 million. and there was an adjustment of 388 million, which Aaron has already addressed, where we had to fund rural bridges, which is done through transport, but the department is still playing a program management role in ensuring that the bridges are completed on time. Then the revised budget then was sitting at 596 million, and we spent 241 million in Q2 against that budget. And in Q3, we spent 368 million, which is 62% in Q3 of the revised budget. Then on machinery and equipment, we had a budget of 42 million. We didn't revise that budget. The spending for Q2 was sitting at 7.8 million, which is 18%. Then in Q3, we spent 13 million, which is 30%. There is a delay in getting laptops because of manufacturers that are not delivering to service providers that were appointed, but we hope this will go to improve as we approach year end. Then planned capital, we had a budget of 2.5 billion, and we had to reduce that budget in consultation with the clients for different reasons. Some of the reasons it was because projects were delayed. In some instances, clients didn't have money as they revised their budget throughout the year. As a result, the budget was then reduced by 480 million, which then left us with 2 billion revised budget. And the spending for Q2 was 608 million, which is 30% of that quarter. Then we spent 1 billion in Q3, which is 50% in terms of Q3, which is also cumulative. So the overall performance on infrastructure, the revised budget, as I've explained the changes, was sitting at 3.6 billion, and we spent 1.2 billion in Q2, which is 29% of the revised budget, whereas in Q3, we spent 1.9 billion, which is 52% spending against the revised budget of 3.6 billion. So the overall total expenditure against the budget, the revised budget of 17.3 billion. For Q2, we spent 7.6 billion, which is 42% spending. Whereas in Q3, we spent 11.8 billion, which is 68%. You can move to the next slide. You can move until the next table. I've explained all the changes here. Can move. Yes, I have already explained some of the changes as I was presenting, but I just want to re-emphasize certain areas. In terms of the revenue, we had a projected revenue of 18.4 billion, and we revised the budget by 1.1 billion, which then left us with 17.3 billion. So there was a client's budget that was revised by 480 million. I've already explained that. Then on leases, we revised the budget by 105 million. This is due to renegotiation of leases where we experience savings. In some instances, some leases were cancelled. Then on augmentation, we had a budget of 4.4 billion, and we had to revise it by 540 million. It was mainly to fund rural bridges, IDT, and ISA, because PMTE had also to contribute, not only the main vote. As a result, then that budget was revised to 3.9 billion. So the under expenditure is how we then spread that budget throughout the items. So I'm not going to go into details because I've already explained how the amounts were revised. If you can move to the next slide. This is the debtors book, which the clients are owing us. The first slide, it's for quarter 2, for second quarter. For the second quarter, the current debtors, this is just the age analysis. The clients were owing us 787 million, which is current, which is within 30 days. Then 30 days plus, they were owing us 299 million, 60 days plus 1.8 billion. Then the total for the current year is 2.8 billion if you add current 30 days and 60 days, which is then 29% of the total debt. Then for previous year, that's where we have challenges. Clients are owing us 7.2 billion, which is concerning. If I can then deal with the details, accommodation, which is state-owned, I've already explained there why we are not doing well. The main clients that are not paying us in that area is correctional services, which they owe us a lot of money. We had a meeting with National Treasury and Correctional Services where correctional services indicated to Treasury that they are not properly funded. As a result, they are unable to pay us. So those discussions are still underway between DCS and Treasury to resolve the matter. Then on private leases, the clients are owing us 1.2 billion. There are a number of disputed claims by the clients, but overall clients, I would say they are paying for private leases, except in few cases where there are challenges, but the majority of the amounts that are owed, it's for previous year. And yeah. Then on municipal services, that's the area of huge concern because we pay municipalities, but clients are not paying us on time, even though there are disputes which clients have raised with us, which our FM colleagues are working on it. Hence, you see 4.6 billion for previous year being owed by clients, whereas for the current year, they are owing us 864 million. So the total for municipal services, it's 5.5 billion, which is owed by clients' departments. Then on infrastructure, where clients are funding the infrastructure, clients are owing us 298 million. And for special projects, it's 222 million. So in total, clients are owing us 10.1 billion. If you can move to the next slide, which is more or less the same, I'm not going into details. You can see there is no huge movement if you compare to the previous quarter, where clients were owing us 10.1 billion. In the third quarter, the clients are owing us 10.9 billion. So there is no huge improvement, and the reasons are still the same. Thank you very much, Chair and members. Chairperson, I'm done. Maybe the last point, Chairperson, the acting DG asked me to introduce our new DDGs. I've posted on the group. We have Ms. Nana Mhlongo, who's our DDG policy. We have Ms. Karabo Sibati, who's our acting DDG GRC. And we have Mr. Charles Make, who's our DDG corporate services. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sitole. Thank you and to all the presenters, starting from Lazi, on the presentation of the performance of the department and PMTE on the second and third quarter. I will now invite members to when necessary. Honorable Francis Calvey, you are the first one. followed by Honorable Graham Mare, followed by Honorable Hicklin, followed by Honorable Njobo. I have noted you. After Honorable Hicklin, Honorable Siwisa, after Honorable Njobo, Honorable Trink, after Honorable Siwisa, Honorable Mashele, you will be the last one on this round. Hoping that honorable members have noted themselves. Honorable Njobo, because your hand is not indicated, you will be after Honorable Hicklin. In that order, honorable members.
Thank you very much.
You are the first one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning once more to the honorable members. Once more, I've raised my hand first as previously, but please bear with me in terms of what I'm going to raise. Chairperson, we are welcoming the presentations continuously and a factor, and which is making us very uneasy. A huge program one, for instance, in terms of Q2, and so it varies in terms of different ways. Maybe, and we've raised it several times over the past few years, Chairperson, that if vacant funded our current economic environment is really a point of concern, and we want to know why, even though our percentage, but if we translate that amounts in terms of Chairperson, then it is that is the current state of affairs. Any positions still not being filled, can we make an indication of what they are finally going to do? We've reached our last year of this portfolio committee, and we've had a Hollywood in this department of acting positions. People come and go, people don't stay. Vacant funded, and we're getting the same clarification each and every time. Can we get a conclusive indication of what's going to happen? In the receipt and invoices of leading to the payments not being able to on non-profit institutions, Chairperson, we see 6.1 million was allocated towards bursary for non-clarify this 6.1 million, and also I want to know how are the mobility skills development processes, so that we lack the relevant skills or skills development within the department that's not been addressed. Can we then, in terms of the criteria, in terms of bursaries, then Chairperson, we've been speaking about the over the year environment sector, individuals that can't qualify to be professional. What is being done and rectify it? And how what we have 4 main programs that did not manage to reach out for the second quarter, particularly which is concern is program 3 with a 30.6%. Why is this, and how did they underspend under expenditure impact on project management? There's a challenge of low level of infrastructure projects completed within the approved, and that leads to not mention the reasons for the deviation, but in terms of corrective measures, you've mentioned that the differently because this is also a recurring thing rectified. We've been continuously being told about this transfer of due to poor compliance. We've noted previously the provinces, as well as the municipalities that's been affected, these provinces and municipalities to this mandate. But still we have the same issue here. Can we get an indication of what's happening here and recommending in making department entities even looking at our recommendations to improve service delivery? Then chairperson, lastly, we see in terms of rental on debtors revenue, but the leases, can we get an indication, leases above the revenue generation capacity, and what they are doing, what is the base or the revenue capacity in terms of improving the revenue instead of just relying on leases being paid? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll go straight in. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see everybody back online and to reconnect. So I hope everybody, thank you very much to the DPWI and PGs that have been appointed. So we're looking forward to get to know them. I'm going to start off sitting at a 45%, and it should be a 75%. Before I proceed, just one quick question. If the department can advise when we will be receiving the app, we can start getting into that. Delays, and everybody's going to raise this. This has been an ongoing issue. We have it every single department. But looking at it, seems to be in line with that 10-11% vacancy rate. So I don't think that's funded of all the posts being filled. So I think the key positions are not being filled. We discussed a skills audit that needed to be done by the department in terms of particularly the senior management position that has been undertaken. It's also what the progress is and whether or not we will be receiving a report. And then obviously the disciplinary issue. I mean, I don't even know if we finalised the Bike Bridge disciplinary hearings, and the subs. It's very important that needs to be addressed. I do know that the local government agreed that things have to be done within 3 months. We need to find a way of the of government. Then the draft, it says there that the public works bill was supposed to be gazetted. It wasn't gazetted in Q2 because there was a new legal draft appointed, submitted to DPWI. That the bill will be introduced to Parliament before the end of March. Now, I want to know where the gazetting falls in terms of that process for public comment, whether it's going to be introduced first and then will be gazetted. So if you could, because if you look at the next one, the CIDB Act, gazetting referenced in that, but it's going to be introduced to Cabinet for public comment in March. So please, could you just receive copies of those in their draft portions on those two bills. Then the PMTE finance, obviously the underspend of 100 slide 15 again speaks to construction management. It's really that we have consultants, that we have contractors who are CIDB rated, where we have issues around contractors not fulfilling their obligations. We have the consultants, clearly the contractors that we're having. The project managers are clearly not doing their jobs because they would be managing the risk issues or risk contract. So if you take, and Mr. Bato will know, we were at the Sorobot for 10 years. It should have been a 30-month project. It was supposed to cost about 130 million rand. It's now completed. They're now having to litigate against a previous contractor. It's just so many people in the value chain, and yet we're still sitting with contracts like this that are just an absolute the jobs they're supposed to be doing. Similarly, at projects like this, there has to be some sort of system, but something has got to be done to ensure that there are the deliverables along the process. It's just deeply is not being properly handled. Lack of proper skills that we have throughout our industry. Slide 17 on real estate management services. Again, on the MPO at Harbour. At that stage, that ostensibly speaks to how this department has this circular been finalized. Is it being implemented? And can we please get a copy of the circular so that because my understanding is that it should be dealing with all aspects of leasing, including where there's NPO in hand the for the GBE, and I wanted to ask about those because while the properties that are being identified are spent on refurbishing those on behalf of the environment, where is that money coming from? Are we recouping any maintenance plans for lease, so kind of work, or we are donating buildings for the use of program that's happening, because it can be used as a shelter, and then there's nothing in place to make sure that building is being implemented for new leases. Are there punitive measures? Are there going to be plans that the department, and are there clearly defined roles and responsibilities between the client department and DPWI in terms of they know that, you know, a broken tap is the responsibility of the WI? Are those very clearly defined, like has happened in the past? Obviously, it's deep, only 2% more. In terms of slide 19, the immovable asset registers are on track, are properly verified, and I'll give you an example. One of my colleagues put that owned by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. The response she got was that there aren't any there, and a little bit weird that in the entire town of Burgersdorp, the verification of those immovable asset registers to facilities management. We're only at 44% of target in terms of point out the lifts in the Marks building in Parliament were last checked in 2018. There's no indication in those lifts that this has been done. It's deeply concerning. We're 3 years late. So facilities management really has to, management system, this is going to have to be really, really implemented effectively. To the management and responsibilities of that board, and that they are meeting regularly, because I can't understand why money is not meeting. They haven't supplied any, and I'd like to know whether or not that is going to be implemented this year, considering the fact that you know what it's been spent on. Why RDC is getting money and what that money is for. For the up to the third quarter, then it should be, because of an 88% revenue transfer from the DPWI that has lifted that generated. It's very, very concerning that this is a core and yet infrastructure is being ignored by the department, its own infrastructure. All core mandates and daily reports of buildings and properties owned by this department creating problems in communities all over this country. And this has got to be addressing money on our own properties. And then also in terms of slides alleged that what was stated was attributed to the fact that there'd been a delay in spending money on those leases because of the discussions and the debates and paid, that it obviously created since spending was purely on the lease payments, or whether or not there was interest and other charges that then attributed to higher. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'll just jump in. I've largely been covered very much by Honourable Graham Array, and I'm not going to go and ask a question now about the filling of vacant posts. It's been covered already. I'm going to jump straight into the EPWP non-state sector program and the withholding of grants for integrated grants for provinces and municipalities. I want to know which provinces and which municipalities have been affected who are not complying with DORA requirements. And is there any consequence management that is being applied to those provinces and municipalities? Because we currently are being affected and who are not getting paid are the workers. It's not the NPO or the middleman who is being hampered. People who are being hampered and affected by the non-payment of these grants are the people who need the money the most. The people for whom we must be the most concerned, people who are being protected the most. And so the people who need to be held to account are those NPOs, and are they being held to account? And we need to make sure that those NPOs are held to account so that the grants over and that there is no bottleneck when they're not paid over in the second quarter, and then suddenly those grants need to be paid today, not in 3 months' time. I'm also going to jump 20.3 million rand that is being paid over in terms of Program 4 should be self-sustaining, and it should not receive an allocation from the state. In this case, the DP 22-23 was 219.7 million rand, an increase of 41.2 million rand. The IDT did not report during quarter 3 of 22-23, and yet here it is, transfer payment of 70.3 million rand under Program 4. Why? Why is the DPWI giving the IDT money? IDT should not try. It should not be happening. That's number one. That's point number one that I really should rod for our own back with the IDT directly. And it's something that I've said before. The PMTE, Property Management Trading Entity, we are seriously averse to making money. How can we stop paying rents while we're having discussions? How can we stop paying leases while we're having discussions? We don't repair or have a maintenance agreement that enables us to repair buildings for our clients. And then we throw our hands in the air when they don't pay us. 60 days and 90 days, going back years, because we don't have repair and maintenance contracts in place. We are reverse to making money because of our own clients. This department needs to look in its own backyard and do what look after our own clients, our own tenants. And we are not doing that. We are not looking at the problems that are revealed, such as to the buildings. We are not acting as property management agents. That is a core mandate of this department, and we are not doing that. Where are the weaknesses within the DPWI? Why are we not looking at those weaknesses, identifying them, and then we are looking more to identifying the weaknesses within the core mandates of the DPWI, and then looking to find the problems within the money for the department within what we are supposed to do. What is being done to address that 7 billion rand that is owed to us from previous years? We really need to collect money that is due to this department, a going concern, because right now the PMTE is not a going concern. Collecting money for municipal services that the PMTE is actually paying out. These are very easily by the DP, not fancy, amazing, wonderful things, just the DPWI carrying out.
Honorable Njobo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and welcome the report. Partly covered, special on the issue of understanding of employees, but not, for example, with the issue of our DG, Dr. Mwemi is acting, our CEO of IDT is acting. There are many actors also covered with the issue of receipts not paid within 30 days. So I'm left with just 2 questions. Which provinces are requirements? 2, what is the progress to the date? What is the progress to management board? Thanks, Chairperson.
I called upon Honorable Njobo because she had not raised her hand, and I had indicated that will follow Honorable Hicklin. I think now we're going for Honorable Siwisa.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if my video is on. I'm using my laptop. Chairperson, I thought, you know, it's overqualified for the report or what? Because since the 6th Parliament, we've been arriving here, we've been having vacant posts in the DPWI, which is affecting the work of concern that we are still having vacant posts, we are still having acting people or the Queen or the River, I don't know. And then I thought that the part saga that we can't be having reports that say projects, locations, poor coordination, poor performance by consultants, that they need to be hands-on. That is why at some point in the meeting, I asked that this done when we receive reports, when the minister receives reports, sitting in an air-conned office, or are we taught to avoid such instances whereby we'll be getting reports of poor performance consultants? And we were told that actually monitoring is done physically, and we are still sitting with the reports of poor performance and poor coordination, which is of a great concern. Going to the work opportunities, is it people that are renewing, people that have been given job opportunities? And how far are the negotiations to a solid listing to say that is going to be done, to be still negotiating, to move from month to month to say, okay, the contract is finished for August. How far are the negotiations when it comes to that, to whatever that they are supposed to be achieving as a department because of the vacant posts? And then we've moved, when it comes to employee compensation, we are at 64, but we receive poor reports. There are still poor performance. So those that are there, what are they actually doing? Identified for GBPF purposes. Any in Gauteng, how many in Western Cape, buildings that are not utilized? Why are those 12 buildings not utilized, and when are they going to be utilized? And it is being applied by the minister and the deputy minister towards people who are actually approving and allowing poor performance, because do not find themselves being disciplined and then disciplined. So consequence management needs to be applied in order for us to be working. And I'm saying it again, the countries that are standstill, because public works is not doing what they are supposed. There's serious consequence that it is being for us to be able to find ourselves where we are supposed to be. I'll end there for now, Chair.
Honorable Tring.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think firstly, just a concern that with regards to connectivity, the acting DG was not able to speak at the beginning, and I think that for these meetings, officials certainly need to ensure that they do their best in terms of location and alternative devices. I think we all struggle, I think, at times with connectivity, but we try to, have devices and modems and so on available to help with connectivity. So just a point in that regard. My first question, Chair, is with regards to the cumulative average of 45% with respect to targets reached, and clearly this is not acceptable. It's more challenging. This 45% target reached is more challenging or egregious when measured against budgets spent, which sits at 73%. So what we actually have is a 55% deficit in terms of targets not reached from quarters 1 to 3. So what is the plan then? You've got one quarter left to rectify this, and I don't know whether this is going to be achievable. But what is the plan to attempt to actually rectify this deficit with regards to the 45% of targets that have been reached? The second is with regards to the expanded public works program, which speaks about work opportunities that have been created. So we speak of a few million work opportunities that are created. But maybe it's good, Chair, I think, to properly define what work opportunities actually are. Clearly, those work opportunities are not jobs, which is what I think that with the huge unemployment challenge that we have, this is what we should actually be focusing on, and that is jobs created. We should be prioritizing decent jobs created. Now, if we had 3 million job opportunities and 50% of those, just 50%, could be translated to decent or permanent jobs, or even artisan skills that have been acquired from those job opportunities, then I would say that we are moving in the right direction. So my question with regards to the expanded public works program, job opportunities, and the translation of that to decent jobs, or even artisan skills, and the lack of skills that we currently have, and how we closing that gap through the expanded public works program. I think that if there's a plan, it would be a step in the right direction. So is there a plan, and what is it? Chair, I think that excuse me, comment was made with regards to the Bait Bridge and the challenges that we had at with the Bait Bridge saga. But if you can recall also that we had a visit to Cozy Bay in 2020 and the Jersey barrier wall. Now there were huge discrepancies, which I think what was mentioned is that the transgressions and the discrepancies that took place at the Cozy Bay and the Bait Bridge, the Cozy Bay Jersey, the Jersey barrier wall, that the discrepancies there would make the Bait Bridge saga look like a Sunday school picnic. But there appears to be silence also. Silence in terms of what progress has been made. Recall when we were there, the wall was supposed to be a couple kilometers long, and I think it was only about 100 to 200 meters that was built, and yet millions of rands had been expended on that particular project for a wall that was only about 100 to 200 meters long. a number of transgressions had taken place. And we still, I think, in terms of this particular committee, are yet to find out what consequence management steps were put in place at the Cozy Bay border post and the Jersey barrier wall. So I'm interested to find out, Chair, what was the progress, if any, that has been made in terms of that Jersey barrier wall at the Cozy Bay border post. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mashele, is he still in?
Yes, Chair. What staff, including to ask any question, but please allow me to comment. It is in my view that and probably people of South Africa, I'm raising this committee these things that we're talking about my song. And I think the fellow members have sang the song very well. Hence, I don't know. Maybe as the department is planning going for their APP, I can just plead with them to take the people of South Africa on a daily basis in our streets. And it cannot be correct that going to finish their budgets when poverty is skyrocketing. And if now I want to plead with the department that you are failing to spend global to employ the people of our country such that they are failing to spend on simple things. You are cleaning and you are gardening services. Be happy to be within your payroll and perform good what performance is concerned. We'll talk about it once we've got the necessary human resource to can deliver. That if you can achieve, maybe in our time in office, because as it stands, we've got nothing.
Thank you to all the honorable members that have raised their concerns and issues on the report that was presented to us. Some of the issues that have been raised by honorable members, they are echoing my sentiments as part of the issues that I have written down to raise with you. But nevertheless, I want to emphasize on some issues, maybe putting it in another way that the members have raised. On matters of the policy issues, as much as we appreciate the progress in terms of the Infrastructure Development Act, CIPD, I didn't hear anything about the Public Works Act. It's another song that we have sang since we came, because we saw a gap there, that the absence of the Public Works Act is one of the reasons that is making you not being able to buy client departments to you. So I didn't hear anything. Maybe it's finalized, then it's waiting for whatever network or whatever, but I didn't hear anything you saying about that act. And it can be that it is just thrown in the paper bin or white paper basket, because one thing that when we came in, that we said it's wrong, it's when we received a second white paper. That no, it can't be that you have a second white paper. You had the first white paper, you developed, and you stopped here. So I appreciated when I saw that you, in terms of private places, that you have reduced, especially on the issue of month-to-month, an issue that was raised by Auditor General, that apparently with that, there may be some sort of corruption that is lying there. And we even raised that with you, especially when we were with you in Telecom Tower. But you appreciate this, then you see something else and you ask yourself exactly what is happening in this department. Maybe something is hidden somewhere and you are doing. Telecom Towers is on our radar as this portfolio committee. It can be that Public Works acquired that department some years ago, and even today, we are set all fully accommodated there. We were there, we saw some glaring things, and when you said all is well, so you must understand that, and we even agreed as the portfolio committee that we will perform an impromptu visit there. Not even informing you, but we will go to that Telecom Towers. That is going to happen this year. It may happen in this quarter, it may happen in the next quarter, but you are going back to Telecom Towers. So please sort your issues there. It talks on the maintenance of the buildings. This department has a potential of collecting revenue. It has a potential of collecting revenue, but due to the issue that you are not providing maintenance in your building, due to the issue that you are not occupying some of those buildings, but you are rather spending money on this. I think that one, we need to do away with it, or at least cut it in half. The issue of correctional services, I am raising it because it has been raised by, I don't know whether it was raised as one of the departments that is not paying what it is due to us. I think this should be taken to ministerial level, an interaction between the Minister of Correctional Services and Justice and the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. There's a lot of money there that is being owed by correctional services, that we can just sit and think that everything is up immediately. The issue of Public Works buildings that are not occupied, that are being vandalized, that are being lying there. We are coming from different constituencies as the members of this portfolio committee, and we have raised this several times, that for accommodation, residential accommodation, which was housing a magistrate, prosecutors, and all that. But for whatever reasons, they were taken out of those buildings. And what is worse, each time the buildings now don't even have roofs. There is no fencing. People have vandalized. People have taken all that roof. There were still doors. There were still windows. But now it's just blocks or whatever. Maybe when I see those buildings again, there won't even be a war. People are vandalized because they can't say that public. When I asked even the then public works national, not the province, but nothing has been done. It is getting worse. It is not only that, all over South Africa, land, public works buildings, they're lying there. They can be utilized by the local municipalities. They can even be utilized by, as you have indicated, by some departments, as you have said that you have handed over some buildings to social development for GBV and victims so that they can be used as safe houses. So those are the properties that can be used as safe houses, but the department is doing nothing. And sometimes, I don't know, they are even occupied by people claiming them that they are their own properties, whereas they are not their properties. And when someone is staying in that property, maybe for 10 years, maybe the law will allow that person, I don't know, to take that property as its own, because the department has done nothing. This department has the potential to raise revenue if it can ensure that it looks after its properties properly. Lastly, okay, not a question. This one on the performance that you have presented, but welcoming all the new appointees, the new DDGs in the department and in the portfolio committee, because we are going to be interacting with them maybe in the next meeting. Moving forward, we really appreciate that there has been something that has been done. We have been always complaining about the non-filling of vacancies as much as it has been done, but it shows in the reports that you have given us that there is still a lot to be done. Please ensure that employment rate, and we have a department that has so many, all those that have been appointed, hoping that they will work well with the department, bring the change that it is necessary to ensure that this is a functional department, but also we are still raising the fact that all the positions must be filled, because you have indicated that you have budgeted for all those positions. Over to you, DM, and your team. I think acting DG is back. There was a question raised by Honorable Njoko. I think we are really interested in knowing that when can we have a DG that is not acting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, honorable members, for your question. Think and act differently. I believe we don't take this opportunity because some kinds of comments, people feel that you are too hard on them. So now, when they've had then we would have put that at least now it's somebody else. Nobody's going to say your questions and both. Let me start. I will just go for now, Chair, just on your of recruiting for the DG won't be able to respond to that one. The acting, I know that I have the appointment of the panel, and as you may be thinking of ministers the interviews, we are at that stage, so we as soon as it is practically possible, because importance we attach, because for any organization to prosper and to be proper accountability. So that one we have long started the process. I may not necessarily know the dates, the appointment of those who would be doing and conducting interviews who are ministers. I can come back, may assist on the dates. The acting DG for now, once all of the managers have responded to in terms of the questions around the responses, I will give over to the acting DG. Hopefully, he's thank you very much. Acting DG's mic is on, but I don't hear the voice.
I also can't hear what the acting DG is saying. I think, in fact, I suspect that as we had asked him to try to get in a position.
Chair, I had moved. I don't know whether I'm audible now.
Or we can hear you through Leanne.
Lebu's connection.
Okay, please continue. We can hear you now.
Okay, no, thank you very much. I think then it must be my device, not necessarily the location, Chair, because I had changed the location earlier on when you indicated that I was not audible. My apologies. But just to indicate in this regard that I've noted the questions that have been posed by members, and just to respond to some, I'll ask my colleagues to also respond to some of the questions as they come in. Chairperson, on the issue of poor spending, we are cognizant to that. We have been having almost weekly meetings with finance and with the respective branches, and we have been doing the financial analysis of looking at the expenditure patterns and looking at what we need to troubleshoot. If you look at the bigger ticket items that had impacted on this, including EPWP, we had engaged with the managers in this space. We looked at the workflow and the commitments that have been made and looked at what interventions would be necessary to make sure that this happens. I had also taken liberty to write to the DDG in the space to seek a written commitment that this would happen, and a response has been provided that shows the intended expenditure in this regard and the commitment that the money would be spent. On other areas, including on the issue of vacancies, Chair, perhaps what we should do is that we should submit to the chairperson and the committee and a recruitment process, and we can show you which positions in the recruitment process are at what stage and where what is happening, so that we can with certainty know what we are dealing with in this regard. Because the reality of the matter is that the more we appoint staff on promotion basis, on an internal basis, the lesser we have the chance of moving the needle to the other hand, and therefore a balance is necessary. But there is also the caveat that if you do not prioritize the appointment of internal staff, some of them who may have worked in a specific position and by years of experience, they qualify to be shortlisted and to be considered for appointment, you would have a serious revolt with the unions in the ultimate run. You have to have a balanced approach of bringing fresh legs from the outside, people with new ideas and new ethos that could bring an important mix and stability to your operations as well as your institutional culture, but you also have a responsibility to do that. The balance is important, and I think this far we have done exceptionally well in covering that balance. We need to go beyond that and start recruiting more and more people from outside, because that's what makes the huge difference in the number of employees on the payroll in that regard. Because if you hire one on a promotion, they simply go one level up, but they leave another vacancy, and you must start from scratch in filling that vacancy as well. So this is the reality. We have been looking at that. We did the analysis. We have even increased capacity in HR with temporary positions, about 36 of them, just to focus on pushing the recruitment process to make it faster. Because as I had indicated at the previous engagement with the committee, that at any given stage, we've got about 200 positions in the recruitment process running concurrently. And HR also highlighted that the reason why they are significantly slower in finalizing some of these matters has been that capacity wasn't there. We scraped to look for money to be able to provide for this capacity, for them to be able on a short-term contracts, people who can assist us in fast-tracking the processes and ensuring that ultimately we are within the normative arrangements and even lower. Because if you look at the norms, which say we must be at 10% of the payroll, we are below that. But by the size of our staff complement, those numbers are big in as far as we are concerned. We've got to push it further down to normatively between 3 to 5%. And this will allow for normal attrition, but also allow for what I've said needs to be done. So by no means are we not taking the issue of vacancies and filling them seriously. We are. processes for even higher positions have been prioritized. The Deputy Minister has spoken about that, and including the fact in her opening remarks that we're looking at filling all DDG positions, and almost all of them except DDG GRC, which will also go out in due course. All of them are in stream in terms of the processes that are running. When we look at the issue of that has been raised about leases, I think I need to cover this matter and indicate that indeed we have made tremendous progress in as far as leasing is concerned. And I think I can just indicate that a year and a half ago, we were having in the system 1,819 leases of the potential 2,500. We at any time, give or take, we work on. And these leases were on month to month. We had since, as I've indicated to the committee previously, whittled these leases down to a manageable 130, 150. They fluctuate in that way because some leases get to expire. Some clients are giving us short-term leases like 1 year just for extensions and all of that. And in the process, we keep on chasing this target. But I did indicate to the committee that it was more easier to deal with the bulk of the number because they required just renegotiation. We used the Ruode report as a benchmark for that. And we sought to bring the costs in line with Ruode. We have largely succeeded in doing so, Chairperson and members. But I did indicate that the remaining leases that you see, few as they may be, but they are the most difficult of leases we have. These are leases in small dorpies where we only have a single landlord. They are not willing to budge to come below Ruode. We are looking at permanent solutions in that regard, including the precinct development programs. Land departments need to commit and sign up to that so that places like Home Affairs, police, courts, and so on, we can provide for them in a single area, but we don't have to rely on where we are actually being extorted. We also highlighted the issue of the difficulties of a specialized infrastructure like communication relay towers belonging to police, to defense, and where we have to put them at a specific area because otherwise it affects the relays and the GPS coordinates are given to us by police. So we find ourselves having to negotiate just with one farmer. And we also have to find ourselves in untenable situations where we've got to do that. Minister has now directed that on some of these ones that are quite sticky and where really the extortion is unbearable, we've got to consider expropriation. We had, however, put it at a little at the back burner in prioritization of the Presidential Intervention Committee on Electricity to prioritize expropriation of land for the distribution network of ESCOM. We have just finished with that expropriation program. We are now back at looking at the possibility of expropriation for purposes of our leased environment. And I think that is exactly what we are looking at. And we are looking at a permanent solution for the remainder of the few leases that are there. But we are managing this now going forward. And we have also explored the increase in the capacity around the lease administration. But as I had indicated to the committee before, the solution does not really lie with the current interventions we are doing, because this only seeks to help us manage what we have professionally and a bit more efficiently and in an affordable manner. But however, the long-term solution relies on ourselves as a department being self-reliant on our own portfolio of government buildings. We are expending, as the CFO has indicated to members, almost in excess of 5 billion a year to lease in privately owned accommodation for our clients. And we have 90 pieces of properties across the country. And while some of them in their current form, they are not suitable, but if they are repurposed and they are made to fit, and that is why we had introduced the ROT program to help us to achieve this objective. We are looking at a long-term solution being that, a change in the reliance patterns, that we rely more and more on our own facilities than relying on others. I need to touch on the issue of the recommendations, as Honorable Hicklin pointed out too, that indeed we are taking the recommendations being made by the committee seriously. If you look at our audit action plans to remedy all of this, we are not only looking at what the AG say, we also take recommendations made in other key investigative reports, whether by our internal audit or by our GRC investigative component. And we also look at what the SIU tells us in terms of this. We look at what the committee says in meetings, but also importantly, also in the BRRR. And we infuse all of that into our audit action plans. And we are being monitored by our internal audit in terms of the audit action plan and our internal audit plan, whether and how far are we going in implementation of these matters. There is a whole host of examples I can give of where the committee made suggestions and we took them serious. One of them, you would recall, Chair, in your visit here, an example you give about the telecom towers. You had directed displeasure at DBSA's continued role and participation in as far as the management of affairs relative to the telecom towers. We want you, Chair, to know that we are not only hearing you, but we are also listening to you. And in that context, it may please you to note that our committees have now approved that we change the implementing agent and that we allocate Kuha to be a new agent that will do work at telecom towers. We have consulted with police, they have accepted this, and we are now down to the implementation process in that regard. So we are listening, Chair, and I can give other examples of where the committee has made pronouncements and we had factored those pronouncements into our work, and we had continued on that basis. There are delays indeed in the disciplinary processes, Honorable Graham, and this is a delay we had also identified ourselves. We had been concerned. We still have in our pipeline of disciplinary cases that come like 4 years ago, 3 years ago, and they are still grinding. And we have viewed that the challenges that are there are in how the process and procedures are structured in terms of the Public Sector Bargaining Council. This is a matter that needs to be dealt with at a broader bargaining council and during the public sector negotiations, which we do not lead the negotiation process, but DPSA does, and we rely on the resolutions as well as the circulars that are issued by DPSA in as far as this is concerned. And to that extent, one needs to highlight that we are seeing delays. Like I can tell the members that in one case, the chair even decided that he would proceed with matters despite the fact that those charged had submitted sick leaves and notices of them being sick and unable to participate in the hearings. And the chair had said that after a record 13 postponements, she had no option but to continue even in the absence of the members. So obviously that may be reviewable, but I'm just stressing it and using it as an example to show that even on our part as the employer, we are frustrated by how slow the processes go. And it isn't by a lack of will, but the procedures as they are laid out. And when a Stalingrad type of defense is being propped up in terms of processes, we end up with. I also need to indicate that we have indeed, Honorable Graham, prioritized the filling of key vacancies. We had to do our own due diligence in terms of what was absolutely key and that couldn't wait. And I think we started there. Things like principal engineers and areas like that, like town planners, where we have seen that some of the work had been held backwards because of that. We prioritized those areas. And we did it in a focused attention of our own determinations of saying that how will we improve the capacity to deliver, but also how do we improve the capacity to spend. And in that regard, I think we had done that. The positions of DDGs were also identified as critical. As you are aware, we have filled some. We are proceeding with some in this regard. And as I've indicated, we have only one that remains vacant that has not yet been advertised. That too will be advertised in due course to allow for it to be filled. On the issue of project managers and the consultants we have, and the fact that they are rendering a disservice to the department in terms of poor contract management, we concur, and I don't think that it is an issue we can contest. Even myself as the accounting officer of this institution at this point, I had declared the fact that the bulk of the cases in the pipeline and the projects that are significantly delayed, when you look at them, you see ineptness and failures that should have been avoided. You also see where you can suspect that perhaps there has been collusion between the principal agents, which are consultants, and project managers in not protecting the interest of government. But in all of these instances where such have been identified, we have been very quick in referring them both on the existing proclamation of the SIU to look at them, but also ourselves to internally investigate them. The investigations in some have gone cold. On some, they have indeed yielded results, and we have proceeded to charge the employees concerned. But I should say that even with Sarah Bartman, it was among the 20 significantly delayed projects that we had identified, and we had said, let's troubleshoot it to make sure that we bring it into stream. We do acknowledge, and we are also in conversation with the Treasury about it. And I've had to convince the DG Treasury to say, if we were to be blocked from continuing to finish off the project, by the time we want to, the cost will have escalated so significantly. Potential for vandalism would have been heightened extremely. And even worse, we would finish the project much more later than what it was originally anticipated. So that we should be allowed to run processes parallel while we do the investigations of how we have arrived at where we were with this, but that they afforded the opportunity with arts and culture for us to proceed with the project. And I think that the Treasury finally saw the wisdom of what we were saying. And in that way, all the blocked projects, including the Mamelodi High Court and Mamelodi Court, Magistrates Court, Sarah Bartman, National Archives, and many others which were subject to investigations, and we have agreed that the finances up until that point where the problems were identified needs to be ring-fenced, and the investigations must grind. They must go ahead, and those found wanting must be brought to book. But however, we be allowed in this regard to proceed with bringing the projects to finalization. And I think that that is the approach with the significantly delayed projects as of now. I must highlight that we have learned honorable grammar of the lessons on the social use of our facilities, and particularly for GBV centers, where previously we declared the GBV centers and only for the NGOs that were in there not to be able to take up the centers, primarily because there wasn't any plan and financing to support their efforts. We had since engaged with social development. We have now signed a memorandum of understanding with them. We have given them the properties that were available right across the country, and we said to them, they must tell us and align according to their needs, and they must identify on those properties 40 of the properties they believe we could work on, and that they would have requisite capacity and support to provide to the NGOs that would be in these shelters, operate in these shelters, and with these NGOs taking responsibility. We had agreed that we will give them long-term gratis leases, but that the conversation must be held about the utilities bills for these centers, as well as the maintenance cost related thereto. And our current MOU covers this issue succinctly. They have clarified it. And indeed, social development had come back. They had identified the first 21 that we needed to work on, and we are working currently on 18, and we are proceeding with that and to ramp it up to the requisite number 40. Thereafter, we'll go to the next phase where we identify a further 40 as it is required and as we are guided by the needs of social development in this regard. And therefore, that is important to us. And even when we now are looking at social use, specifically, it depends on the circumstances. For instance, where we are giving a land for the kids at a school to be able to have access to sporting fields and so on, we do give it on a long-term lease gratis, but then the school takes responsibility for that land for where the kids will then play and so on. So the circumstances will determine and depend on what we are really dealing with when it comes to the social use of this land. We are finalizing the circular. We have done the draft circular. It was supposed to have been finalized, but Minister did provide further guidance on what needs to go into it. And we had since taken that, and we had to look at the legalities of some of the issues pertaining thereto, and to also look at then what becomes our contribution as a department to these bigger societal challenges facing, in as far as the fact that the land remains ours, the properties remain ours, even though they are being used for social purposes. On the issues of land reform, I think we must highlight that the release of the land that is there, the bit of the report is necessary for the committee. We know the minister had tabled a CAB memo before cabinet addressing this issue, Chairperson, to say that some of the land that was identified in the target that we were given of 14,000 hectares as a department, some of that land, once we did due diligence on it, we found that the HDA and Human Settlements, in bringing the CAB memo to cabinet, had not necessarily done proper consultations with us, because we found that there were 4 military bases in that. There were already some of the land allocated to subs. We did check with the client departments, and they did reconfirm that the land, they were still in utilization by themselves, and they were not prepared to release the land. We also found encumbrances on some of the land parcels that were identified. And even worse, we also found embarrassing issues of where we found that some of the land parcels were actually in private hands. But we did then go back to cabinet to indicate which of that land was we were able to release. We have since released that land parcels. But in order to make up for this target of 14,000, we did not stop there, Honorable Chair. Yes, on the original list we were given, that is what it was, and we would not be able to release any further on what we were directed to do. But we began our own scouring of our immovable asset register to identify suitable land parcels that we deem that they are without encumbrances and they are able to be released, both for human settlements, for social use, but also importantly, also for the beneficiaries of land reform, and also in this regard for economic purposes. So to that extent, that program, we have streamlined it. We have begun doing our own audit on those pieces of land to see if they are unoccupied and that they were ready for release. We also started looking at the vesting process on Windies, and we started the cleanup process. We are keen. The minister has given us a directive that he would want her and the deputy minister to release at least 2 land parcels every month at a bare minimum going forward, and we're working on that program to proceed as such. So we also take the issue of land reform quite seriously, and that is why we have dedicated this, and we have also we are beginning to increase capacity both in the administration of the immovable asset register, but also in the disposal space. We are increasing capacity there to be able to dispose more and more of this land parcels. On the issue of IDC, we are giving them money, yes, but the money, the honorable members, we did brief them that the IDC was under restructuring, and that together with the Treasury, they had agreed, they have provided us with the services of GTEC to help the IDC reposition and to bring it back to financial health, and to also bring its stability governance-wise into play. we had been doing that work. That work is ongoing, and to that extent, to keep the MESO going concern, the recommendations of the panel that is doing work in this regard had indicated that we would need to inject some money in the interim until they have restored their capacity to be able to take up projects, and that some administration as well as some project grant funding will have to be made available. This was discussed extensively with the Treasury, and we had also looked at what was proposed by GTEC and what also the IDC itself was putting before us. And we countenanced that with what the Treasury had been putting forth, and we were able to achieve that. And the Treasury gave us a permission for reprioritization of our budget into the funds that we have now allocated to the IDC. Will we need to give them more in the intervening period, including this coming financial year? Yes. However, as members would have noticed, it's on a slight downscale, and we have begun now with the allocation of projects. Once more, members at the last indication said to us that IDC is close to your hearts and that we need to help it by allocating it with projects. And we have listened, and we have begun allocating projects now to the IDC. I think it will help you to know that we are assigning them the responsibility for all police stations that do not have generators and that during load shedding service delivery gets to suffer, that the IDC will work on that, including on the police stations in the periphery and where there is no water supply, that they would be drilling boreholes there, and also refurbishing some holding cells in some areas. So that is the first of our allocation of projects to them. They would earn a bit of money for themselves, and they would be able ultimately to be more self-sufficient. Treasury has agreed with us that we add them as another implementing agent, and that the plan was possible in terms of what we were seeking to achieve in this regard. I must indicate that on the issue of month to month, I've responded to it, but just to give assurance to the honorable member that the increase is not necessarily about interest on late payments. The increase is because we had remained steadfast in saying we would not pay unless we have organized ourselves with the landlords and we have semi-permanent arrangements and that are favorable to all parties. We have negotiated that. Members will also know that in terms of the areas identified as runaway costs was actually on long-term leases, which escalations were quite high and often above even inflation. And that with the Treasury, we had agreed that that will be kept at 6%. We had been keeping to that steadfast. For instance, there is one of the leases that were proposed on a long-term basis of 9 months, 9 years, 11 months, and which was first at 8% and reduced to 7%. And we remained steadfast for more than 3 months, refusing to go onto that lease until it was brought to within the range of 6%. And we only signed it then, and only then we could take occupation and we could start paying on such leases. So I'm just giving that as an example to demonstrate that indeed we are looking at the cost. But like I said, the problem is that we are relying too much on private sector buildings. We should change that pattern so that we bring the expenditure on private leases to within range of 1 to 2 billion from the 5.3 that we are sitting with as of now. On the issue of the appointment of people, Honorable Mashala, we heard you loud and clear. Like I said, we have a dedicated program. We have increased the capacity. You say that this should be the legacy of the committee, a takeaway in the absence of any other thing. Granted, we will ensure that that happens. On the issue of other things, I think with a bit of more time, we think will make you proud. It will not just be the issue of the appointment of people. There'll be a few takeaways that you can take on to know that we are determined that instead of simply maliciously spending, and ensuring that we just indicate we have spent all the money or none of that. We are trying to spend prudently, and we are trying to ensure that we also spend within prescripts, and that where transactions, the paperwork is just not right. I think here at the department, everybody would say that we are not keen now to proceed with such expenditure, knowing that it will have comebacks later and it will have challenges with accountability, which will become even a more bigger sin than what we are dealing with now. So in this process of change and with the pushbacks and the challenges we're facing, we are determined that we should do things in a correct manner. On the issue of the departments that are owing us, it's a big problem, we accept, but we have taken them on. And I think that we have, and we are beginning to say to the Treasury, I think our discussion with the Treasury is to trace the genesis of where this problem began and why after the Treasury changed the accounting policy once, and we started accumulating this debt. Prior to this, honorable members would require that our department had a ring-fenced budget for all utilities. And we were paying on behalf of departments with what we have from the Treasury. But the Treasury decided to centralize this and give the money to client departments. And so the money was now with client departments, but we still held the obligation of paying for utilities. And now to try to recover the areas from the client departments. This has not worked that well. And we are now saying to the Treasury, we should go back to the original format of how we worked, because during that period, this matter has never been an issue, and that is a permanent solution to the challenges we are facing, because we have now even where departments that are owing us money are saying what they get from the Treasury is not enough. But we are saying, well, we have accumulated debt ourselves. It's not like we too have enough, but we are paying on your behalf, and therefore you should pay. If we were not government and we were not bound by the other legislative provisions, including the Intergovernmental Relations Policy Framework Act, we would be doing what ESCOM does, would simply be switching off and saying, pay, pay, pay. But this is tantamount to cannibalism. Is government, we remain the same government, we have paid, but from an accounting point of view, we've got to recover the money we have paid on behalf of this, lest we accumulate this debt that is showing on our books. And I think it's a matter we're taking serious. It's a matter I've engaged with accounting officers of other departments. It's a matter our department have gone to FOSA to present on and to insist that this matter be attended to. And you see a bit of a response at that time. And when we apply pressure, it's not easy for all of the departments to then come back into stream. But we are dedicated to deal with this matter in this regard. On the issue of Kosi Bay, I hope my colleagues are familiar with this and they may respond. But if there is no response, honorable member, I think we will gather all the relevant facts, and we will not even have to wait for the next meeting. I think we can submit a written report to the committee about it and what we have done in this regard as a department in dealing with this matter in that regard. And on the issue of lifts, we are having a program. We've expanded our expenditure in FM. We've added a further 800 million specifically to look at lifts. Obviously, we look at prioritization by how old the lifts in the buildings are. And we start with the oldest of the lifts because they are more riskier and more expensive now and to maintain. And we are doing the lift replacement program. It is a multi-year program, and that works on a basis of prioritization, with the first 50 of our buildings identified for this purpose. And we are looking at the buildings that are frequently utilized, and particularly where some of the lifts have already failed. So with that said and done, I think we will look at the specific matter of the lifts in Max building and ask the region to look at them right away and direct that if indeed what the honorable member has pointed out to, that they have not been serviced, we will also demand a consequence management report in this regard to accompany action that will seek redress in as far as that is concerned. I will leave and invite my colleagues to also respond to some of the matters that have been raised by this. Particularly, I could ask the DDG in policy to respond to the issue of the two bills, the Public Works Bill and the CIDB, in terms of the status. Thank you, Chairperson.
Good afternoon, Chair, and thank you, Acting DG. Maybe just to highlight on the question around the CIDB and the Public Works Bill. I think Honorable Graham Murray had raised the question of the process. It starts with the FOSAT cluster and then to cabinet cluster, and then the gazetting takes place. And with the CIDB, we already have done FOSAT and we are waiting to go to cabinet cluster. The process has been only delayed by the OCSLA in terms of addressing their concerns on the draft bill. With the Public Works Bill, the same process will be followed. However, as it was indicated by Mr. Mahlangu, the delay was mainly due to the appointment of the new drafter. And we are reviewing the draft now that we have internally, and the same process will follow. And to give comfort to the Honorable Chair, yes, the Public Works Bill is still underway. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, Acting DG.
All those that are supposed to respond to the issues that have not been responded to by DG, please, Tim. Some of us, we have to go to, yes, we will still have to go to Parliament. Yes.
Okay. Chairperson is Thembi Hlatshwayo from Human Resource Management. The Deputy Minister has raised a number of progress in relation to the filling of DDG positions. And also the DG has elaborated at length with regards to the filling of vacancies. But I want to add few items here. The first one is that the position of the DDG, as it has been highlighted, has been advertised. The process is under the process. And what's happening is that on the 24th of February, we'll be having the first sitting in terms of the shortlisting, but we're still waiting for other ministers to confirm the date. The minister, our minister and our deputy minister are always ready for the process, but unfortunately, the process gets postponed because of other ministers who are not available. But we hope this time they will be available so that we can continue the process. At the beginning of the first quarter, we had 9 positions of DDGs that were vacant, but we have since pushed. The minister and the deputy minister tried their best to ensure that we fill about 3 of these positions, and the others were advertised, and we're still going to receive confirmation in terms of the dates for the shortlisting. We, at the beginning of the financial year, we're at about 28% vacancy rate. But with the support of the DG and other managers who managed to reduce the vacancy rate, we are now at 10%. But we still have a lot to do, because if we can be able to fill the DDG positions, I think the COE can look differently, because there's a huge amount of budget that is under these positions. We advertised 467 positions since the beginning of the financial year, and we managed to fill 363. And we managed to do that because of the support that we received from the DG by appointing extra resource, extra capacity to assist the HR unit to be able to fill these vacancies. I know, Chairperson, after the at the end of the financial year, the statistics will be different. We are pushing, we are not stopping, and we'll make it a point that next time we can come back with a positive news, especially in relation to the positions of DDGs. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. It's Mzwandile this side to respond to two questions that has been raised by Honorable Graham Murray, one on the facilities management contract in Parliament and two on the Parliamentary Villages Board. The department has been ready to go out on an open tender since last year in October, but because of the appointment of the acting secretary to Parliament, we had to brief him about all the projects that Public Works is responsible for in Parliament. And that meeting couldn't take place owing to the busy schedule of the secretary. We met in January, and a go-ahead was given for us to advertise the tender. We are looking at advertising on the 15th or within March. So the tender will go out, and before the end of June, we anticipate to have appointed a total facilities management contract. On the Parliamentary Villages Board, this has been one of the difficulties we had, the meeting of the Parliamentary Villages Board. What I need also to make the honorable members aware is that the Act prescribed the period of the board to be a year. And as a result, every year we had to go through that process of appointing new board members. Last year, the board members couldn't sit. We started now that process at the last year towards the end of October through the submissions. And we have been encouraging the different parliamentary villages to constitute their committees in order to appoint board members. We hope to complete that process before the end of March, where there will be a new board that will sit, and that board will then be able to adjudicate on the financial statements. We have compiled draft financial statements up to the end of the year 2020-2021. So we need to complete for other years. But one of the decisions of the board at the time was that this must not be outsourced. It needs to be done internally within the department, the compilation of the financial statements. But we don't have much capacity within the department. We will be going out to address that issue and for us to complete the other draft financial statements so that we can put all those financial statements to the new board for adoption. We are quite certain that the new board that will be appointed will be sitting to adjudicate on those. On the element of expenditure, the last board has, this matter was raised that there is an expenditure, especially relating to transport. And these are the contracts that we have put in place. And the last board has then appointed officials of the department to continue to do that expenditure, pending the making of those financial statements available to any board that will be in place. So the expenditure of the board is limited only to the bus services that is being provided to the villages and to Parliament, and also to the various schools for the learners. But not any other expenditure is going out of that account. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, let me respond to some of the questions. The 30 days payments for PMTE as at end of December, we paid invoices to 98%. So all invoices were paid for within 30 days is 98%, with the 2% that was not paid within 30 days is for both PMTE and DPWI. The other question was the question on the recovery rate, whether we are at 67% because of the transfer that we get from the department. Actually, on slide number 32, the recovery rate is sitting at 61%. If you exclude that recovery from the main vote, which was 88%, which then the total was 67%. I think the other questions the DG did address them. I don't have to address them. The one of IDC, I think Mametsi from ISA can respond to that question. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. It's about Mokotu from the construction management side of PMTE. In response to the questions that have been raised, largely the majority of the questions have been covered by the acting DG, Dr. Moemi. However, we just wanted to emphasize on a few other issues around the performance. We have started with the review of the project pipeline, looking at the projects that are sitting in the design phase, and we have about 800 or so projects that are sitting there. Also looking at the projects that are sitting in the construction phase, we have about 227 projects. But the most important part is to say, how are these projects then graduating from these different stages into the different categories? And based on our first assessment, we have identified a very low progression rate. For instance, out of the projects that are about 800 odd projects, we are able to then push about 50 of them through the procurement processes. And those that are in the construction phase, we're able to then complete about 75 to about 90 projects in a financial year. And we have then said, we have to look at a different approach in this new financial year on how we can maximize on this portfolio and pipeline of projects to maximize on job creation and ensuring that it's not stuck where it is, projects are moving. We have then, in that thought process, have then engaged different stakeholders to assist us in further looking at the project pipeline and also pushing the improvement of the top 50 projects. In terms of that approach, it is at a point where we're seeking for a ministerial approval for us to have expert and strategic support to come into the CPM branch so we can together troubleshoot these projects, resolve the disputes timelessly, and also to improve on the delivery of the project pipeline. There were questions that were raised around the issue of the CRDB, that CRDB has rated contractors at a high level, and yet these contractors are still failing year in and year out. We've also escalated this matter to the CRDB to look into it and review the processes. It's under the watch of the department, and the CRDB will then give a feedback in due course in terms of how far they are with reviewing the portfolio of contractors that they have. Because in our workings, we have realized that there are contractors that are graded quite high, but they fail on producing projects at that particular level. They cite issues of cash flow. They don't possess sufficient technical skills to manage the construction sites, and also they're unable to then deliver on the programs. And those are the submissions we have put in front of the CIDB to say that we need to then have a review of that rating that they're doing, and perhaps there will be meaningful progress out of that. We also highlight the issue of skills in terms of our project managers, wherein we have then looked at our performance levels and benchmarked it against the capacity that we have within the department to push these projects through. And at times we may appear to have the numbers, but based on the outputs that we're getting, we are saying that the skills levels that we have need to be looked into a bit further. We have therefore engaged our colleagues in human resources development, who are then supporting us in further looking into a skills audit for our project managers. So we're able to profile our project managers categorically and link them correctly to the types of projects that they should be working on. We have, of course, successfully completed some projects. And through some of these lessons, we have realized that the projects that are completed within the time and the budget are often the ones where, number one, there is good synergy between the contractor, the consultant, and the project manager. Number two, the experience that the project manager possesses is important because they then coordinate the different knowledge areas and are able to make sure that every single party within there plays their part at the right time. And it's within the skills audit, we'll be able to then profile our project managers and place our project managers correctly for the type of projects that they are skilled to manage. With respect to questions around the Kosi Bay, the Jersey Bay area, honorable members would recall that this particular project was done by the provincial department. And when the visits took place at Kosi Bay, the provincial department in KZN had then appointed the different service providers and spent money on the project. We were then brought in as a Department of Public Works at an oversight level to then see what is happening within that. And we put together a number of protocol documentation as far as the MOUs are concerned, so that we are able to then properly engage with the provincial department. We will then, as the acting DG has articulated, give perhaps feedback as far as those protocol documentations and their whereabouts accordingly. I think, Honorable Chair, we have respond to the questions that have been raised. If there are any, we will then respond again in writing. Thank you.
Good day. If you can come in. Good day, Chairperson and members and Deputy Minister and DG and colleagues. In relation, this is CJ Abrams speaking from the Expanded Public Works Program. In relation to the transfers, there are 3 transfers within the Expanded Public Works Program, and then a wage subsidy in relation to the NPO program. In terms of the social sector, if one then refers to the expenditure that is on track in relation to the 99% expenditure. If one looks at the integrated grant for the provinces, that is also on track in relation to 83% in terms of expenditure. And what has happened since this report has been developed is that a further 55 million has been, will be transferred to compliant public bodies. In terms of what we do with public bodies that are non-compliant, this is not non-compliance in relation to project-related aspects, but it's specifically talking to the Division of Revenue Act, which requires that the project is reported and that the CFO provides the DPWI with an in-year monitoring report. And once that is then received, we are then able to undertake payment. What Public Works does is we undertake technical assistance to public bodies. We also write to public bodies to confirm the lack of compliance. And that's why you can see there has then been movement in relation to that particular grant, because public bodies then go ahead and respond to us. Naming the public bodies: Free State, Police, Roads and Transport; GP, Roads and Transport, GP, DSD; Mpumalanga, Human Settlements; Northwest, Arts, Culture and Recreation; and in Mpumalanga, Public Works and Roads and Transport. Those are the non-compliant currently, keeping in mind that they do then have until the end of this period to still provide us with their compliance, and we then engage them regularly in relation to that. In relation to the municipalities, we must keep in mind that if we look at that particular expenditure, their payments are only due as per the Division of Revenue Act, the last payment here in February month. We have also noted when we look at the report that there was expenditure of 24% in Q2, moving to 66%. That is because of the payment schedule. As mentioned, it requires a November payment, where then the last payments then being in February month. There is a list of public bodies that are then non-compliant, and we as Public Works then undertake, as I mentioned, technical support, project visits, etc. And we officially write to municipalities to advise them on the requirement, which is to expense at least 50% of the grant transferred to date, and then ensure that the reporting has happened. In terms of is it new employment contracts or is it renewed ones? It is a mixture, but keeping in mind that the contracts are for a specific period of employment, it's specifically linked to the budgets. And in this instance, it would be linked to the 22-23 budget. And so even if a contract is renewed or it is a new contract, you can only count a participant once in relation to that particular project. In terms of the definition of a work opportunity, it is the paid work created for any individual for any period of time, specifically keeping in mind that the EPWP is a measure to try to assist when the economy has not created sufficient work opportunities. It's not meant to be permanent. However, we do tracer studies, and we do link up with the quarterly labor force survey. We have put out a report which we can circulate, Honourable Jean, in relation to the impact of the EPWP. What that quarterly labour force survey is finding is that because of the participants' participation in the EPWP, the chances of getting a job in the formal economy is 5 times greater than anybody else that may not have gone ahead and worked in relation to the expanded public works program. We also need to keep in mind that that same study reflects on the fact that the economy has not responded and returned to the pre-COVID levels, and therefore the labour economy continues to be under stress. I trust that I've covered everything. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, members, Deputy Minister and DG and colleagues. I would just like to have a brief response on the 44% performance of facilities management. Indeed, that is not where we want to be. My optimism for going forward is based on the following. In the latter part of last year, a Chief Director was appointed in the Programs Directorate of the branch, which will assist greatly in driving program performance. In addition to that, in the latter part of last year, in the third quarter, the DG assisted in us and approved a proposal to appoint 13 FM professionals into the branch. The panel has been approved. Those resources should be coming in online with the support of HR very soon. There was also a note by the previous presenter on the focus that was had on contracts, and more specifically term contracts. And the focus on the lifts is indeed has been articulated by the DG. I can say on the term contracts, we've already for lifts approved renewal of term contracts in 3 regions, Cape Town, Pretoria and Bloemfontein, and the rest is to follow, which is a drive to make plan maintenance more sustainable going forward. So in short, Chairperson, we expect improvements going forward, especially for the requirement that has been forwarded from our value chain in terms of the 79 facilities, which basically equate to many more properties or buildings that we would be taking care of in terms of assessment, condition assessment through our panels, which will inform work to be done going forward in the fourth quarter and in the new year. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, I'm Adam Tumben from Intergovernmental Relations. I want to respond to the issue raised by Honorable Eklin on the issues of why do we allocate some money to IDT. I should think, Honorable Member Chair, the context around this is that in the MTF period, we don't have an allocation earmark for IDT as our entity, with the understanding that this entity is Schedule 2 and ought to be it need to sustain itself. So what happened, Chairperson and Honorable Member, is that during this time of MTF, IDT had a problem to sort of run with its own operation. It couldn't sustain itself. So they wrote to the department requesting assistance so that they carry their operations. And the request which they made in order to sustain their operations, it was for the tune of 263 million. So which National Treasury didn't approve during this period. But what we did as a department, as a shareholder, we're having a responsibility to sustain this entity. We took this request to the Budget Management Committee to look into it to see how best to help this using the guidance from National Treasury, because Treasury indicated to the department that we need to make use of our own appropriations, own savings to see how best we help this entity. So the department, having analyzed all the information before us and the expenditures during the period under review, so there was a savings to the tune of 70 million, which were sort of having to support the entity because the entity was close to collapse. So we had to sort of assist the entity as it were. And the other important point, Chairperson, is that we consulted with the cabinet on the business case of this entity so that they be able to repurpose itself. And so that in future we have a sustainability plan and have a good financial model for it, and including the issues of the corporate form. So all these issues, Chairperson, have been sort of consolidated in the business plan or business case, which was tabled at cabinet in the second quarter, and cabinet advised that they would do further consultation around that, so that they take a decision. So what I can indicate, Chairperson, is that assistance to this entity was necessary as a going concern so that we be able to repurpose it. So it will go along those lines until we finalize the business case so that we know how best as a department to assist it. The second issue is the question raised by Honorable Jobo on the issues of a position of CEO of IDT. We are aware that we're having the acting CEO. What we can report, Chairperson, is that the process to interview the acting CEO by the entity has completed. So they were able to put recommendation to the executive authority and the department to look into their recommendations. So at this stage, the department is looking into this matter in consultation with the entity, so that once they find consensus on it, we go to cabinet for concurrence. So yeah, so those are the responses from the IGR with respect to IDT. Thank you so much.
You've been coming and going. I'm trying to assist, Chair. I'm not taking over your meeting. Ms. Makubele. I think she's off now. She was trying to respond at some point. Can we request Sasa? Your issues were dealt with, eh?
DM, yes.
Mielet,
Good day. It was Delbert. Thank you, DM.
Mielet is back now. Mielet.
Good afternoon, DM. I thought that the DG may have answered some of my questions, unless I missed something, DM. The question that I picked up was on GBV and on month-to-month leases, and I think the other one was on. Let me quickly check on how far is the letting out circular. I think it was Honorable Graham Murray.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Joyo, can you please switch off your mic? You keep making noise when your mic is on, but not speaking. I think that takes it to respond. And let me then try to indicate to Honorable Member Mashele that I monitor the recruitment processes is at 467 positions, and of those, appointments were made for 363 already. We are trying to push for recruitment to take place. But as we were indicating, yes, the number of vacancies would have dropped. The new appointments that were made being from internal, and therefore becoming vacant. We will push through those as well, because we would want to see an acceptable percentage, but for us, being a department with workers, if you combine DPWI personnel together with them, when they are combined, they're just over 5,000. And therefore 10% of 5,000 is about 500 employees. And therefore by the end of the financial year, that number would be significant. Secondly, on the question of the IDTC, of the issues have now been resolved. The memo is en route to cabinet for approval, and we are almost will be granted, because we've tried to look at all the that we meet all the requirements. The question of oversight, because there was at some point have on the question, having observed that our oversight is all over. We have a DM who will be responsible for 4 provinces, and we will share the biggest province by landmass, which is the Northern Cape. And therefore, we had that share. And I can safely say, Honorable Mashele, I'll be in Mpumalanga this coming Friday, doing or conducting over provinces.
So we're trying to ensure that we cause in a manner that says when we meet, we must be able to say this is what I've there for. This is what respect to construction and listening related probably because it is work of another unit. We've also litigations, and we've instructed that those litigations, construction and lease related contracts, we've asked our you can easily settle without the court look at those where you shouldn't be spending more you are wrong. And therefore we said where they are on the wrong, let us try and find a way to settle those. And where the amounts involved are millions to save hundreds. So we're trying to do that exercise, and it's why we are able now to even unlock those other through disputes and litigation. With respect to equity, an agreement that where a woman let us work hard to ensure that we feel they can post with things that will help us quickly, and also we say if it is not a woman, at least it must be a person with a disability. The two areas where employment equity in that fashion. You know, there's an area that the honorable members to assist me in this one. This parliamentary services were for me. I would just say scrap that this brings us problems more than solutions. Our democratic processes where more members had to come, leaving their homes, coming with. But with the parliament, the role for which that act was held, I separated from the internal arrangements of parliament. This appeal to say, honorable members, go back to that act. A number of members, just that on its own. This DG is the one who must come back, which is chaired by members of parliament. For me, besides the fact that you really spend time talk about transport, is it separated from other internal arrangements of members that appeal? Because also it's a difficult act to manage and to oversight as a department. It's only the member of the various residences, but the subject is only for transport. I dealt with directly with the various units, like your president, both myself and Minister directly. And I'm saying we have those communicate this one function so that we deal with our members. Once they heard that there was this problem that was participating in this because it has these implications, and understanding their responsibilities in general. This is anomaly or anomalous act where those duties the members cannot perform directly. They perform indirectly, and us to rethink this. I thought that those would be the areas where I would have wanted to come in. Your permission. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, JM, and your team in responding to the questions and comments that were raised when we were interacting with your second quarter and third quarter performance report. If there are any follow-ups and all that, those and address them effectively. The challenge of members, we still have to go to Parliament. As you know, that the sitting of this week, they're not virtual, they are all physical. So we still have to go to the transport and all that. We were supposed to deal with one set of minutes because we've already approved all other minutes, but even on that one, looking at the time now, which is but what is the view, honorable members? Should we deal with this minute or the set of minutes that we have not dealt with, or deal with them next week? So there is another item that we have to deal with. Will we deal with the minutes or defer them to next week when we are dealing with another item? Honorable members, even if I have not pointed at you, if you can just state clean.
Chair, could we defer, please?
Honorable, yeah, thank you, Honorable Primary. I can hear that you are already going to a transport. Honorable members, we have received an invitation from Agrima SA to attend a stakeholders engagement. They are inviting all members. It's on the 24th of this month, that is next week, Friday. Can those that will be attending please indicate to Ms. Martinez whether by way of calling her, in my case, because I don't have WhatsApp, or by writing in the group indicating that we will be attending. We are invited in that session, all the members of the portfolio committee, so that Ms. Martinez and the team we will be able to do all the necessary arrangements. It's on the 24th for your contribution in these meetings, in today's meetings. All what you are doing, we are trying to ensure that we play our oversight role to ensure that the department is accountable on whatever that it is doing, because as this part of parliament, that is the portfolio committee, we have to play an oversight role on the executive to make sure that the executive is accountable to the people of South Africa through us. Thank you again for your positive contributions and progressive contributions. Thank you, Minister, Deputy Minister, and your team in always bringing to us reports. We will always question them. We are not doing them. We are not doing that oversight of those things only for ourselves, but we are ensuring that the people of South Africa, they know what is happening. The issue of telecom towers is on our radar. We will follow that up. We'll ask questions even when we are not talking about telecom towers. Because as much as we appreciate DG saying that KUHA is brought in, I think Honorable Singh said that it must not only be KUHA, also use IDT as one of your entities to ensure that that telecom towers is finished in time and everything is done. So it cannot be only KUHA that you are reporting. We were clear that IDT must be utilized by this department, not only other departments. You must show that you trust even in your own implementing agents, which in this case is IDT. Thank you again, honorable members. The meeting is adjourned. Let's meet next week. Now let's all go and be part of the SONA debate. Thank you.